Warning: Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Crackers, 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 crackers. You know, you can't trust these crackers.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, please hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like, share, and if you're watching this on the replay, gang that hype button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, I'm gonna need you to do two things. I'm gonna need you to hit the first link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And then the second thing I need you to do is go ahead, hit the other link in the description, join the Telegram group to help circumvent some of the shadow banning that PewTube has been doing with the new black media. With that being said, family, hey, welcome back, family. Much love to you. Much love to you all. Now, let me say this real quick. On my drive home, right? I noticed. You know, I was supposed to do this earlier. However, I had some issues come along, and I was like, you know what? I could just either wait till Sunday, or if I can find some time tomorrow, I'll take care of it, no problem. And then, you know, I went on my ride home, my drive back. I went to look for our good brother Black Alpha's broadcast, and it seems like he didn't do a broadcast tonight. And usually when he don't do a broadcast on FBA Friday, that means he got some things working in the background. So shout out to our good brother. I get home, you know, I make my food and stuff like that, and I'm sitting it to the side until I'm done here. But I was like, you know what? I wanted to talk about this earlier. I might as well go ahead and talk about this right now so I don't have to push back my Sunday broadcast. So that's why we having this impromptu broadcast here today. So shout out to each and every one of you that's here. Shout out to everybody who's going to come in. And shout out if you're just going to watch this on a replay. Either way, we got some things to discuss here today. And trust me, it's not going to be that long here today because, you know, I made some red beans and rice and sweet potato cornbread. You know, I'm not going to stay too long away from that, okay? You know, I'm going to go and get that into my stomach as quickly as possible. But I'm putting the family first. So we're going to be here first, and then I'm going to go ahead and get my red beans and rice and my sweet potato cornbread, and then I'm going to let it soothe me to sleep. You dig what I'm saying, family? Before we get going, like I said, we're not going to be here too long. There's very little stories that I have for you here today. But the main story that we're going to talk about, you all already know. We got to talk about our good brother Carmelo Anthony, free our good brother Carmelo, and some of the situations that took place over the past couple of days. Wednesday, when I came and spoke with you guys. UPS you a plate. Shout out to my sister Hurricane DC. UPS me a plate. You know what? I'm actually thinking about starting to do what is it called? Freezer type meals that I can send off in the very same way that what is it? I forget what it's called. There's a couple of different companies that make things fresh and then they freeze it for you, send it off to you. Yeah, a Factor. That's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about doing something like Factor with some of my recipes. And trust me when I'm saying, I spoke with my brother earlier as I was putting together the red beans and rice and sweet potato cornbread. He was like, dude, if you do not open up a restaurant by already, I'm going to have to come out there and steal your damn recipe book. I said, try it if you want to. You know, that was another reason why I was late here today, because my buddy finally, well, not my buddy technically. Let me rephrase that. My background check released my buddy. So I went to pick up my buddy to make sure I have it. You dig me? Well, my other buddy, because I have several buddies, but my new buddy has been picked up today. So that was another reason why I was late. But my brother was sitting there telling me the same thing. Like, you better do something to get me. He said that, man, the sweet potato cornbread is what's killing him right now. Is because he ain't been able to get to no sweet potato cornbread in a while. I'm like, yeah, because you got it from me. But anyway, I digress. If I figure it out, my sister, you know, you the first up on the list. I'm just going to go ahead and take a couple of addresses from my members, and I'll let y'all be the first, you know, as my sister used to call me, the taste testers. You dig me? Shout out to my sister, Miss Nisi, in the building. Now, like I said, I don't have much for you guys here today. We definitely are going to talk about some of the Carmelo Anthony situations. We're going to talk about some of the lack of accountability within the Nabisco community. But we have just a couple of start out articles to go through. But before we do, let me scroll on up. Give a B1 salute, shalom, and a shout out to our good sister Andrea Jones in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Mrs. TT. Shout out to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here, as well as thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my sister Queen. Our sister Priscilla Taylor is in the building. Shout out to you, my sister Queen. Our good brother Eddie Foster, aka the Boiler Maker, in the building. Shout out to you, my warrior brother. Thank you for being here. Our good sister Hurricane Nisi in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as always, my sister Queen. And yeah, it's a late one tonight, but it ain't gonna be too long, so you ain't gotta worry about it. We'll be out of here within maybe about 2 hours. I did good on this one with the time preparation. Shout out to you, my warrior sister. A B1 salute to Diddy Cooper in the building, excuse me. And I hope I said the not Diddy. D-I-D-I Cooper. So I want to make sure I put that out there. It's not Diddy, but Diddy. Shout out to you and thank you for being here. Our good family Ruby Runner in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Nito Swan in the building. Shout out to you and much love. Thank you for being here, my warrior brother. Shalom to our good family. I don't know why the hell I tongue twist every time I go to say your name. Harthor Ma'at in the building. Shout out to you, my warrior family, and thank you for being here, as well as Frida Claxton in the building. Shalom and salute to you, and thank you for being here. Our good sister Tiffany Jackson, my warrior sister Queen, thank you for being here, as always. Cat Williams in the building. Much love to you, family, and thank you for being here, as always. And once again, shout out to our good brother Boilermaker. Absolutely free Carmelo. Hopefully it'll be by tomorrow, because I'm thinking they might have a Saturday court session, because everything has to be done by Monday afternoon. Monday afternoon is 75 days. And if they don't get that done by Monday afternoon, everything else is a moot point. So hopefully they do tomorrow, and hopefully a decision comes down tomorrow, and hopefully that decision is to give him a new trial, which will allow him to go home the very same day. I'm not looking at the appeal. I'm looking at the right now, and I'm putting my prayers into the Most High to make sure that our good brother comes home tomorrow. If not tomorrow, Monday. Shout out to the world and shout out to the Most High. Now, well, first and foremost, shout out to the Most High, then shout out to the world. Now, shout out to our sister Gorgeous in the building. Much love to you. Much love to you. And let me just say, I love the way you're very unique with the way you spell that. You know what I mean? Shout out to you, my sister Queen. Let me also give a B1 salute and shalom to Krista Watson in the building. Much love to you, family. You know what? I need to try that. I've never personally made sweet potato flapjacks, but that sounds fiery. That sounds on point. And to be honest with you, family, I'm not a sweet potato guy. I'm a sweet potato guy in two ways, right? Because I don't eat yams like that. Even though I know how to cook them, I know how to make sure that they're fiery. I don't eat yams. What I will do though, I will eat me some sweet potato pie, the sweet potato cornbread. I have another sweet potato recipe that I'm working on right now, where I'm infusing it with a cake. I'm not going to tell you which cake because I don't want nobody taking my idea. But a sweet potato flapjack, that sounds pretty fiery too. So shout out to you, family. I might have to go ahead and try that out. Miss Nixie said, Church, you already know I don't play with my money or food. I know, my sister, you just like me in that way. It's almost like you're a Taurian. Shout out to my sister, Miss Nixie. You don't ever play with our food, don't play with our money. A B1 salute and shout out to our sister Queen Shabbat in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen, and thank you for being here, as well as our good brother DSB, my dark-skinned brother in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well, my warrior brother, as well as our sister Renaissance Woman in the building. Shout out to you, my sister Queen, and thank you for being here, as well as our sister Astarte Jones in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen, and thank you for being here. And our good brother Joseph Ward in the building. Joseph Word in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate you always, family. Every time I see your last name on that, for some reason, maybe because of the fact that I have a cousin that works in the psychiatric ward. Whenever I see your name, that's directly where I go with it. But shout out to you, my brother Joseph Word in the building. Much love to you. Our brother David Boyd in the building. A B1 salute and shalom to you, my warrior brother. Thank you for being here, as well as Yosef, 3T, 7Q. Much love to you. I want to make sure there was a distinct difference between the two Yosefs in the building. Much love to each and every one of you. And for everybody who is not in the chat, a B1 salute and shalom to you. And everybody who's going to catch this on the replay, gang, a B1 salute to you all. Now, let's get into the meat. Well, we're not going to get to the meat potatoes just yet. Not just yet. Let's start out with some appetizers. We got just a couple of appetizers, family. In case you all didn't know, and I'm pretty sure some of you did, but I didn't know this until recently. So I want to give a shout out to my homegirl, Unlost FBA, for sending me the information that I just received on Gary, Indiana, and the floods that's happening out there. Shout out to Lunch Eyes in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Family, apparently Gary, Indiana has been without power for 12 days now. I didn't know anything about it. It wasn't hitting any of my feeds. I ain't seen anything in the media about it. Trump, where you at? Where is FEMA? Where is FEMA? Gary, Indiana needs you. It makes absolutely no sense that thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people are without power and been without power for 12 damn days. It means it means that this is a choice, because The state government has been communicating with the federal government. The mayor has been communicating with the federal government. So if nobody said anything about it on the news or otherwise, that means that that's a choice. And this is a big problem. There are children out there who can't get the air conditioning that they need, who can't use any type of electronics that they need in order to feed these children. Understand when I say that there's children out there, there are infants out there that depend on the electricity. I'm going to need Donald Trump to pick up the goddamn phone and call whoever is ahead of FEMA right now and tell them to get their sorry monkey asses out there to Gary, Indiana. A B1 salute and shalom to our good brother Black RU in the building, as well as our warrior brother, our good brother Antithesis in the building. Much love to you, as well as, it's D1 in the building. Shout out to all of you and thank you all for being here. Let's go here, family. This is the clip that my homegirl sent me, and it just threw me for all kinds of loops because I didn't find out until today. But she sent me a video clip of a sister talking about this 2 days ago, and it just hit me hard. It hit me hard because I was broadcasting 2 days ago. I could have been speaking about it then. I didn't know anything about it. Not saying that it's my fault or anything. I just really take those type of situations hard. You know what I mean? Especially because of the fact that my sister sent it, 3 days? No, 2 days ago. She sent it 2 days ago as well. So for me, I'm like, damn, I didn't check my email that day. I didn't check my email yesterday. If I would have, I would have brought this to light. However, that just shows how tough I am on myself when it comes to these type of situations, because we're all we got. We're all we got. And when people contact people such as myself, especially for me, I understand that this is the reason why they're contacting me, because we are all we got. And they don't really bring what's happening to us to the forefront unless we force it. We did the same thing with Carmelo. We did the same thing with every situation that's been happening. While the Democratic Party sitting quiet, while the Republican Party sitting quiet, while the news, the lamestream media sits quiet. If we're not pulling up and speaking about things, things ain't getting heard and things ain't going out. So that's why I take it. I take all of these type of situations. If I don't report on them as quickly as I want to, or if I don't know anything about them as quickly as I want to, I take that. I put that on my own shoulders. So I want to appreciate each and every one of you, especially my sister Unlost FBA, for sending this to me. And if I haven't touched on something yet, just know I will be touching on it. Not in that way, but y'all understand where I'm coming from. Let me give a B1 salute once again to our warrior brother Antithesis. Thank you for your super chat, my warrior brother. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my brother. And also, let me thank you once again for gifting 5 Church of Black Power memberships. Your donation is blessed tenfold, my warrior brother, and I appreciate all that you do within the new Black media. Much appreciated. And let me also give a B1 salute to our family, Maxwell Jenkins in a building. Thank you for your gift, my warrior brother. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior brother. It's always good to see you. Always good to see you. Now, let's get on into it. I'm with you. I'm with you, my sister. And this is why I'm like, if he ain't here today, you best be believing there's something going on in the background. That's if you don't know Black Alpha, you better know at least that. If he's missing any of his broadcasts, you better believe there's something going on in the background. And that's why I give a B1 salute to our warrior brother every time I can, as well as all the other family in the media, the new black media, or should we just call it the black media? Either way, it is what it is. And let me also give a B1 salute and shalom to our warrior brother, Black Truth United in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here as always. Now, let's get into the Gary, Indiana situation. Let's go here.
Good morning, America. So we are now on day 10, no power in Gary, Indiana, and most of Northwest Indiana. And here is your day 10 update. First off, I just want to say, y'all, I'm sorry if my energy is a bit lower than my other videos. Like, this is not something that's fun. This is not something I want to keep reporting on. Like, I'm ready to make my videos saying the power is back on for everybody. This is mentally challenging for so many people. People cannot work. People cannot live their everyday lives how they're used to living. And that is mentally shifting. If there is a mental health program, if there is some free mental health links, I'm going to link them down below because people need it. This is crazy. As for Gary, Indiana news, Mayor Melton did release yesterday that as for the situation with the NIPSCO truck, they are still investigating it, but I'm not going to speak anymore on it until Mayor Melton speaks on it. Like I said, he said it's under investigation. They don't have any clues yet. Let's leave it at that. The YWCA is accepting resources. If anybody wants to send resources, they are doing breakfast, lunch, and dinner every single day. They have different caterers catering, so it's not like they just give you bologna sandwiches or hot dogs. Yesterday, Big Daddy's catered them, so that's dope. Mayor Melton also did call out NIPSCO yesterday because they have moved Gary's restoration date from this Friday, August 19th, to next Tuesday. So now a lot of people are not going to have power until next Tuesday. That is a full 2 weeks of not living your life how you used to. Let me also note your girl did do an interview with ABC News Good Morning America. So shout out to them for finally looking at us. I guess the biggest news of day 10 is the world is finally looking at us, y'all. If you haven't seen the news article on ABC News, I'll tag it down below. It is on all my pages. Shout out to y'all for finally looking at us. We appreciate it. Hopefully, y'all can help us out. And that's pretty much it for the day 10 update. I just want to tell everybody you are not alone in this situation. There are people here to help. If you need somebody to talk to, if you need somebody to vent to, if you need just a few dollars, please hit my DM or I will connect you to the right person if I'm unavailable to. But I just want everybody to know you are not alone in this situation. We are the Greater Gary. We are the people. It is most of Northwest Indiana. We need to rally together and not be in competition. Oh, and stop the slander on Keith Lee. That boy did not say when he was coming, and he is coming. So stop it. And he's gonna bring enough resources for all of Northwest Indiana. Let it go. Let it go. Greater Gary.
Shout out to Keith Lee as well. She mentioned him. I was actually going to bring him up just a couple more videos, but let me just say this because I didn't catch that first Keith Lee video. Well, I caught partial of it because somebody clipped it, and I didn't want to include that because I wasn't including any slander on our brother when that brother's out there working for the people. You got the game messed up. We're not going to do that. But somebody had clipped what he had said, and he was saying how he was putting together a team so he can go down to Indiana in order to bring resources, water, food, things like that to help them while this situation is happening. And apparently that was a few days ago, but the person who clipped it, they were complaining like this sister said. So I wasn't able to find the original video, but I will say shout out to him for even putting his feet to the ground, all 10 toes, and making that move, letting people know, hey, this is a move I'm going to make, because we're going to get to him in a second, because when he says he's going to make that move, the brother made that move in a major way. So let's go here before we get to that good brother. Now, this was 8 days. And like I said, I was Seeing all these videos had me so frustrated, family. You got to understand the love that I have for my people and the love that the Most High have put in me for my people. I see these type of things and I start cringing on the inside. I start weeping because, like I said, we're all we got. And the cold part is there's a lot of people like this young lady right here who's out there dealing with no power, and they have children and have nowhere to go. So I pray for everybody out there. Let's go here.
Hey, y'all. Hey, PC. Hey. What's up, Granddaddy?
Hey.
So I had to catch an emergency flight out here because in Gary, there was no type of lights. We've been out 8 days, no lights.
You done had this baby up there for
8 days, no lights.
What, in Indiana?
They're not doing nothing about it. Nothing.
The whole city?
The whole entire city pitch black.
No way.
Niggas is robbing niggas.
What?
They out there trying to purge.
No
I
way.
said, yeah, let me go
So
on.
you mean to tell me the lights been off? And it ain't been on the news? Ain't the
No,
news?
nothing.
I ain't heard about
The
this.
gas stations,
The gas stations
the
done
gas
ran out.
stations done ran out of gas. Don't nobody drive. The whole entire city is pitch black.
You heard about that, Dad?
No, this is my first time hearing about it.
I heard about it, but I didn't know that it was like that.
Pitch black. 8 days now. Tomorrow will be the 9th, and I'll be here till the bitches get that going.
That's crazy. We're going to have to say something about this. Though. Ain't
Crazy.
nobody talking about this.
Nobody's talking about it.
That's crazy.
She said she ready to go with some lights.
She ready to go with some lights.
You ready to
She said, that's just like us. Let me light. I'm going to the light, baby.
What?
It's Indiana, right?
Yes, Gary, Indiana.
That's
Yes.
crazy, y'all. We got to say something
They
about
got these children in Indiana with their lights off. This don't make no sense.
No, it does not. It doesn't make any damn sense. And I want to make sure that I say this in the most respectful way possible. Family, and shout out to our good brother Reparations Nations, who's always preaching, you got to be prepared. You got to be prepared for situations like this. This isn't me preaching to anybody, but if you have the ability to do so, please make sure that you can go and get you a generator. If you have the ability to do so, make sure that you have you a power tool. If you have the ability to do so, make sure that you're out on the range every Saturday, Sunday, or any day that you can to practice. They don't give a damn about us. Michael Jackson said it best. And one of the things that I will never forget is the day that I needed a generator and couldn't have it for weeks. Not just that. There were children in the house at the time. And this was the last Hurricane Beryl here in Texas. Family, I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart because, like I said, they don't give a damn about us. This could be a situation where they're just testing the waters like they did with the planned gimmick. And I mean that. I don't trust any of these people. So you have to be able to take care of yourself. Even if you have a generator and don't turn on none of the lights, you can at least power your refrigerator. You can power your air conditioner. You can power your washer, your dryer, the things that you really need. Start looking into different power banks. There's a brother online right now who purchases these power banks, and he has the certain type of batteries that he can charge using solar panels outside of his home that aren't car batteries. They're specifically made for these power banks. and then he can power the majority of the stuff in his house. Even if he's not powering his lights, he's powering his washer, his dryer, his refrigerator, his stove, his air conditioner. I really, really, really want to stress this. If you have the ability to, please go out there and invest, because this is an investment on things that can keep your family safe. Now, with that being said, shout out to my brother DSB. He said, damn, what they doing? A damn study to get the power back on, investigating these white devils are something else. You are absolutely correct, my warrior brother. It seems like it. It seems like they're doing a whole reparations study in order to get that power back on. A whole damn reparations study. A B1 salute and shalom to our sister. Well, excuse me. Our sister Shun C in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen, and thank you for being here. Much love and appreciation to you. Excuse me. And let me also give a B1 salute and shalom to Queen Trey Goddess in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. And the lover of truth in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well, family. Let me give a B1 salute also to our good brother Maxwell Jenkins for your gift. Your donation is blessed tenfold. Now I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother. Our sister Shun C, much love to you for your gift. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior sister. Harthar Ma'at in the building. Much love to you once again. And thank you for your gift. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, family. A B1 salute once again to our good brother Maxwell Jenkins. Thank you for your contribution. Your donation is blessed tenfold. I appreciate your contributions as always, family. I'm sorry, family. I started laughing because Miss Niecy gonna hit me over the head with this one. Church, did you already sneak a taste? You already know I did. Anyway, don't you judge me. Don't you dare judge me. Shout out to our sister Miss Niecy. She knows me like the back of her head, and apparently. Shout out to Kathy Smith in the building, as well as Rain Love, as well as Shirah in the building. Much love to each and every one of you, and thank you all for being here, family. Miss Niecy out here calling me the hell out. Anyway, shout out to Keith Lee, because like I said, Keith Lee said that he was going to go out there and he was going to put some resources together to make sure he was able to take out there to those folks. And our good brother did a secondary video clip. I wasn't able to find the first one untapped, but this clip right here is our brother responding and saying, hey, I said I was on my way, and I'm on my way. Let's go here.
Okay, I got an update. Gary, Indiana has been without power for the last 9 days, and nobody was talking about it, and I thought it was crazy, so I made a video, and I wouldn't leave people talking about it. With that being said, we got an announcement. We are teaming up with not only the Salvation Army, but the city of Gary, Indiana, to throw an event Monday. The exact location and time will be shared on my story when we get close. But for now, I can tell y'all what we're going to have at the event. So my family and Salvation Army will both be bringing trucks full of supplies. And it's not only just my family and the Salvation Army. Tyrese Halliburton found out what we was doing, and he matched our contribution. That is amazing. So we're going to have supplies. We're going to have a DJ that's provided directly by the city of Gary. And I got over 1,000 messages of restaurants and food trucks and people who sell food that want to get involved. So we're going to open it up for everybody who want to contribute. So if you are a food truck or a restaurant that would like to contribute, you can reach out to this email and we can coordinate it. And also, if you want to contribute and send supplies, which again, I had over 1,000 people that say they want to do it, you can send it to this address. And if you want to volunteer with us, you can go to this website, salvationarmy.org, and you can sign up to be a volunteer. And I know it's not turning the power on, but it is a place for community. If you want some supplies or you need some supplies, come get some. If you want some food or you need some food, come get some. If you want to listen to some music or you need that sense of people being around you, come get some. And I'm going to continue to talk about it because I think this should be a national conversation. And it's insane to me that it's not. So until it is, y'all going to hear me. God is amazing. I'll see you on Monday. God bless you. Have an amazing day. I'll be safe. Again, it wouldn't be possible without y'all. It wouldn't be possible without the people who are willing to join the efforts with us. And I see y'all.
Shout out to the brother Keith Lee. Shout out to all the great work that he does. Shout out to everybody that heard his message and said, oh yeah, I want to do something as well. And I get it. There's some people that don't trust the Salvation Army. I can understand why, because I've done many of backgrounds on the Salvation Army after I didn't donate it and saw what they were doing with it. But still, that's never no mind. That's neither here nor there. Shout out to everybody that's out there putting their resources together to make sure that our people are going to be okay. That's what I really, really want to stress right here, because we ain't heard nothing from FEMA. In all of the research that I did today, looking for if there's been any situations with FEMA saying they're going to go out there or anything, I haven't seen anything. So when I say that we're all we got and we're all we need, people like Keith Lee, you, and all of us are living proof of that. We're living proof. Because anytime that we can, we want to make sure that our people will survive and do what we need to do to make sure that that happens. Shout out to 400 PV in the building. He says the governor should declare a state of emergency. Salute Brother Church and the family. Also, you have elderly people who need power to survive. You are absolutely correct, my brother. Much love to you, and thank you for this comment. I spoke about the children. I didn't even speak about the elderly in the situation. People who need their breathing machines, and people who need to be able to charge their their little, what is it called? Their monitors to test their blood pressures and things like that. Hospitals, jails, all that. There is so much. This is crazy. Now, typically hospitals and jails and things like that have generators. However, how long will those generators last? I know that they're not set up to last over 12 damn days. I know that they're not set up to last over 12 damn days. So shout out to each and every one of you all who are out there, and not just out there, but everywhere, trying to make sure that resources get to these people. And our good brother gave us an address to send things to if we want to make sure those things get to the people. I don't know how quickly we can get it to him, but anybody who wants to send any type of resources, I would send it there first. If you don't trust, like I don't trust the Salvation Army and a lot of these other places, I'm not going to name them all because they all didn't jump into it. You can still appreciate the Salvation Army for stepping in and saying, oh yeah, we're with you. Let's do that. Let us help you in this situation. But if you don't trust them enough to send them the cash or whatever you can send over to them, there's an address. There's some information. Send what you can. And know that the family will appreciate every single drop, whatever it is, whether it's money, whether it's food, other resources, things that you can ship. Okay? Don't go shipping a whole meatloaf. All right? There's just things that you can ship, canned goods, things like that. All right, family, send it over to our good brother and allow him to be able to utilize it, because I do believe that even if it doesn't reach him before he gets out there, he'll still be able to have contacts to where he can send these supplies so that nobody will have to suffer. Now, let's move to the next story here, family. Let's move to the next story. And also, if there's anybody out there in Indiana who wants to give me names and locations where people can donate consistently until this situation is done with, whether Keith Lee is there or not, please email me. Please email me your information, your number. I will call you. I won't even wait on the email. I will call you. And then we can discuss exactly what you need. And if possible, I'll bring you on the broadcast. If you're not comfortable with it, no worries. I will discuss all the things that are needed, where we can send them, and I will broadcast it to the world. This goes out to anybody within Gary, Indiana, or any of the regions that the hurricane hit where you guys are out. Or flood, whatever the natural disaster was. Just make sure you email me and put it in the subject line in bold letters, from Gary, Indiana. When I see that, and I promise you I will see it, and that's why I tell people all the time, if you're trying to send me information that is critical, make sure you put the subject line in all caps. So for anybody out there in Gary or anywhere in Indiana that's been hit with those type of situations, make sure you send me an email, subject line in all caps, from Gary, Indiana. And you can either let me know that you are willing to come on the broadcast, or you can just give me a list of things that you guys will need or that you guys do need, and locations where we can send these things. Now, I don't want you all sending me locations above Egypt some damn where. It needs to be a certified organization that you know is going to actually work for your people. And if there is no certified organization that you know will work for your people, you need to be that certified organization that you know will work for your people. All right. Much love to each and every one of you. Like I said, my email is the Church of Black Power, all one word, @gmail.com. Once again, that's the Church of Black Power @gmail, all one word. And we're going to make it do what it do. Like I said, we're all we got. And we're all we damn need. Because apparently people are showing you how they feel about what we're going through. Now, let's move on to the next subject, family. This one's a little more light because that was a heavy situation for me. And I'm pretty sure it's a heavy situation for you all as well. That's our people out there dealing with these situations. I'm sitting here trying to figure out where the hell FEMA is. However, shout out to our good brother, Crew Reality, in the building, my warrior brother. Shout out to you and thank you for being here. My sister Tiffany says, this is why I'm proud to be of this lineage. Africans and Caribbeans would never, and you ain't lying. They'll just be blaming us. But I digress. Shout out to you, my warrior sister, for that comment. Family, so here on a lighter tip for the next situation here, the next story. Apparently, MTV, the VMAs, and anything attached to MTV VMAs, they're discontinuing the best Afro beats category for 2023 2026 and outward. Oh, and family. There's a lot of folks out there losing their stuff. They're losing their, the stuff that monkeys like to throw against each other. Yeah, they're losing that. They don't know what to do. They're mad, not just at us, but they're mad at everybody. They're sitting here acting as if, like, God dang it, well, why didn't y'all just put them in categories with Black Americans? Because they could never. They could never. I don't give a damn how much talent you think you got. This over here is the real competition, and a lot of people don't know, but a lot of people do. And you put any of those people inside of any category that you got foundational Black Americans in, I guarantee you, I will bet my bottom dollar it's going to cause an actual, well, I don't want to say an actual diaspora war. It's going to cause more of them being mad at us because their folks did not win. Well, there you can't compete where you can't compare. So why would we feel bad about winning? Because you feel bad about losing. So yeah, I'm glad they didn't put them in the R&B hip hop section, and even if they did, I wouldn't be mad at it because I'd probably be even more glad that they did, because hey, you'll lose, and then we can sit there and tell you, hey, this is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot. I'm hot because I'm fly. You mad because you not. This is why I'm hot. Shout out to Mims. Let's go here, family.
Is tickling me. There was no announcement. No, hey, we're not. They just took it off. They just said 3 years. 3 years. That's how long the best Afrobeats category lasted at MTV VMAs.
3 years. 3 years. And y'all thought it was going to take over the music scene. Y'all was out there telling us, and all of y'all, I'm pretty sure you're all my witnesses here today. They were telling all of us that we're in the background, that Afro beats is taking over. Hip hop has been around since the late 60s, early 70s. R&B in its many variations, whether soul, whether blues, it's been around for decades, if not centuries. Yours only been around for 3 years. And it doesn't look like it'll be around too much longer. Once they get rid of it 1 year, it's done for all the next years. So if they're no longer giving you glory for these music genres, what is that saying to you? I know what it's saying to me, a foundational Black American who saw Michael Jackson crack the door open on MTV, not just for himself, but all other Black artists, and they ain't went back since. But all of a sudden, Afro beats finally gets put in there 3 years ago, and 3 years later, they're taking it out. And for the first 2 years, if you all remember, for the first 2 years, or the first 2 times that they gave the award, these wasn't even on-screen awards. if you remember, I think who won the first award? I think it was either WizKid. I don't know those folks like that, so forgive me if I'm spacing on some of their names. What's that other guy's name that they love to bring up? It was either WizKid or the other guy from Nigeria that don't want to be Nigerian. He want to be Black American. One of them won, and they won off broadcast, which means that they didn't get called up. Burna Boy, thank you, family. Thank you all for putting Burna Boy in the chat. Y'all like Burna Boy, you talking about Burna Boy. Ain't no way you can forget that bastard, Burna Boy. Shout out to all of you. And shout out to Be Well in the building. Much love. Be Will in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. And our sister Cooking with Miss D in the building. Shout out to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here. So it was Burna Boy who won the first one. I thought it was WizKid, but one of them dudes won the first one, and they did it off camera. Right? Well, not really off camera, but it was like one of those situations where they sent it to commercial. And I only know this because I see clips of this and it was hilarious. They sent it to commercial. They came back. And then they was talking about the person who won the Afro Beats. And then he was standing there with the damn trophy. Now they did the same thing to Tyler when she won the next year. They didn't call her to the stage. They didn't say, all right, family, here are your nominees for the best Afrobeat artist, and turn to the screen like they do with us. No. By the time the commercial was over, they said, let's give it up for this year's best Afrobeat winner, Tyler. She was sitting there with the trophy, smiling like she did something. Girl, they didn't think enough of you to let you walk across the stage. And now they're mad. After all the nonsense that they were talking to us, family, they're highly upset. But I can't blame them because, you know, if I was them and they were us, I'd probably be upset about them too. Damn, I wish I was FBA. Damn, I wish I can get as much light as they get shining on them. I can see it. I can hear it. I understand it. No worries. No worries at all. But you're not going to lie about this situation. Don't act like you was not lobbying for this type of situation. Don't act like, well, we never asked them to do this for us. So, you know, they just need to know that we didn't ever ask them, so we don't care. No, you care, because if you didn't care, you wouldn't have all these people coming out here talking the way that they're talking, speaking the way that they're speaking about the situation in itself. Shout out to our sister Texas, Tamari Freedwoman in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my sister. She said R.I.P. to Afro Beats. Hey, they thought it would last, didn't they? Shout out to our sister Delaney Brooks in the building as well. Much love to you, my warrior sister Queen. Thank you for being here. Yeah, hey, should we? All right, I'll tell you what. We ain't going to be here that long. It's only been an hour. Let me go ahead and hit it real quick for the family. Let's get petty.
MC. Got my funk, got my groove. Got me getting even tonight. We gon' party. Petty season. Thought I let it slide, but I'm petty and proud. Flexing on the dance floor, showing out in the crowd. Feeling so fancy, got my stinger ready. Watch out, y'all, it's time to get petty. Watch out. Get petty, don't you fret it. Gonna serve it up, nice and sweaty. Keep it funky, keep it steady. Hey, you, it's time to get petty. Woo, woo.
Oh, family, we about to get real petty. Not on this next sister. Hold on, not on this next sister, but on the following mother lover. Let's go here real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna let her play real quick. No. You know what? I'm not gonna let you play. We already got. You know what? No, I'll let her play. I'll let her play because I want you to see how disappointed these people are. And then I want you to see how delusional these people are at the same damn time. So let's go here.
So apparently they pulled the Afrobeats category from the MTV Awards. It has been a category for the past 3 years. And for 2026, it will no longer be a category. And I just think this is really interesting because I just saw the reaction. Right. I saw the reaction when a lot of African immigrants believed that Afrobeats was going to be a staple and even surpass Black American art forms like R&B, like hip hop, like rap. I just saw the reaction and the anticipation that Afrobeats would be the new precedent for Black music in America. Right. I even saw people saying we need to get some Nigerian artists to perform at Super Bowl. Like, even going that far, right? The thing I want you guys to understand is that the fight for equality that Black Americans have been fighting is hundreds of years old. I have noticed a kind of quick fix type of response to adversity that a lot of immigrant populations hold. And
before we let this sister finish, shout out to Terrence Terrell. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Honestly, MTV is dead anyway. At the same time, it doesn't matter to these tethers. All they care about is Nabisco acceptance, and being accepted into a dying situation doesn't mean anything for them. They don't care that it's dying. All they care about is the acceptance. Like this is the reason why I brought up the dynamic with Michael Jackson and MTV. With Michael Jackson, MTV had to put us on their station and networks, right? Here's the difference. They never removed any of us. With these folks, though, whether they're dying or not, they're not even willing to give them the opportunity to see what the type of audience they would draw in. They gave it 3 years and said, nope, we're done here. So even with MTV being dead, it still holds major weight for people who are still 20 years behind us. That's the thing. These folks are actually 20 years behind us. MT Flea. Y'all crazy. MT Flea. I love that. They need to go ahead and put it on MT Flea. Maybe they create their own little situation. Anyway, for foundational Black Americans, if they turn around tomorrow and say, you know what, we're no longer going to play any type of Black American music on MTV, we wouldn't even care. We'd be like, a word? All right, cool. Hey, let us know how that turns out for you. We would already know. that god dang it, really, we don't even need MTV no more. We can just put a video directly to YouTube. It's over. Directly to YouTube. It's over. But these folks don't understand how we feel about not just putting our faces where they belong, but ownership within that type of situation. They would rather put their faces where it belongs or it don't belong for them. And then cry when those folks say, oh yeah, you don't belong here. We've built our own media sources and we're still building our own media sources till this day. So even if Bush, I was about to say BET, and then freaking B Will came in with this Bush meat eating tether. I was about to say, even if BET would not play our stuff, we've already created something to where we can go and make it happen. But shout out to B Will for this. That is damn good. That is damn. I was not expecting that. That just hit me over the shoulders. Shout out to our sister, Miss Niecy. I miss BET's video Soul with Donnie Simpson and Sherry Carter. No, honestly, BET used to have some good stuff until, you know, Bob wanted to step away from it. And it started losing gradually over time. It didn't just happen once Bob left. It was happening while Bob was still there. It was happening while there was like shows like, and as much as I like this show, I'm not gonna lie, shows like Boondocks, when Boondocks got put back onto the air, when they was brought back by BET, that was way down the line. So these people already knew what they were doing. They were just trying to keep us there long enough. It's the same thing that happened with Essence. It's the exact same thing that happened with Essence. Essence was purchased by Richie Lou and his little group a couple of years before they even started doing anything to show that Essence was no longer foundationally Black American owned. I'm with you, my sister Tiffany. I love the Boondocks too. But you start seeing the Boondocks go downhill once it got put on BET. I'm going to be honest with you. 100% honest with you. And even that TV show, and I really loved this show when it was on CW. It was called The Game, right? It's about a bunch of, you know, Black football players and their roles in it and how they are treated and things like that. I really loved that show when it was on CW. And then BET picked it up and turned it to a bunch of Tyler Perry play type nonsense. So, to be honest with you, when all these other companies show their face to us as foundational Black Americans, we believe them. We believe them. And I agree with you, Miss Niecy. They ruined the game. That was a damn good show. That was a show that I was willing to get home on time for. God dang it, don't nobody stop me. I don't care if you asking me for $1 at the gas station. Sir, can you please? I'm like, God dang it, I'm throwing quarters out my pocket. I gotta go. The game is on. But then BET picked it up and then it turned to a bunch of trash, garbage. I digress, because we could be here talking about that all night. I said I was going to try to go about 2 hours. We going to try to fit that 2 hours, okay? Let's continue.
there is no quick fix in America to racism and discrimination. You saw it with the Asian population, the kids who were rallying at Harvard and saying, hey, you guys are letting Black American students in based on, you know, them being Black. And then ultimately, a lot of those kids were then noticing, hey, Asians are no longer being admitted to Harvard at the same rate. When you guys root for Black American downfall, please understand yours is coming too. Because this society knows no bounds when it comes to racism. And just because Black Americans come from a history of enslavement, which all Black Americans don't come from in this country. That's a fact. But just because there is a large population of Black Americans who come from a history of enslavement, it does not mean that other populations did not experience their own share of discrimination and adversity in this country at the helm of white supremacy, because they absolutely did. And so ultimately, this is the chickens coming home to roost. A lot of this ICE conversation, deportations, who has birthright citizenship, this is an age-old conversation that Black Americans have been having for hundreds of years, but you guys didn't think it could happen to you. And it's happening. And honestly, everything that immigrants are experiencing in this country is an iota in comparison to what Black Americans have already experienced and overcome.
I'm not meaning to laugh with this sister at what this sister saying, because I'm not laughing at what she's saying at all. Shout out to Paradise Mike in the building, as well as our good brother Masa Musa, as well as our good family Only Us in the building, as well as Elder California, well, CA. I take it as California. But shout out to you all, and thank you all for being here. Shout out to Maxwell for this statement right here. It just put me in tears, and I mean in tears. He says maybe the game became prophetic because Miss Mowry's life kind of followed that pattern. You know what? If it did, it did. If it did, it did. Whatever made it prophetic, I love it. They should have kept on with it. You know what I mean? Oh, shoot. The game, I was hoping you were all talking about the TV show Soul Food. You know what? I never was really into the TV show Soul Food. I love the movie. But the show itself, it wasn't really my gist, to be honest with you. I loved everybody who was on the show, though. Don't get me wrong. Everybody did a phenomenal acting job. I just didn't feel like the show was as strong in the writing sense that the movie was. You know, but I can understand where you're coming from on that one as well. Really, anything that BET touches, it starts going downhill. That's just what it is. And that's why I really did not want them to purchase. After I seen what they did with the game, I did not want BET to touch by no means the Boondocks. I did not want any BET intervention with the Boondocks, because there was just such a high order that the Boondocks held in my TV viewership. And that went down to 0. And that was around that time too, my good brother. You are absolutely correct. Let's let her continue.
And still have more overcoming to do. Because there are 7 Black kids that have been hung on trees in the past month. And nobody's talking about it. So yeah, just don't be mad when it's your turn. That's all I got to say. It's just accept your fate in this game of America.
Shout out to my brother Masa Musa. He said they turned the game into a reality show, and you are absolutely correct. That is one of the things that I did not like about it. One of the major things, the filming style became totally goddamn different. I like everything the CW did. I'm like, just okay, if you're going to bring it back, just take that pattern and put it on your network. Do not reformat the way everything looks, the way everything sounds, everything looked trash visually to me in comparison to the CW with that whole style of filming. So yeah, I agree with you 100% fold. 100% fold. Miss Tiffany said, do not touch my boondocks. That's exactly where I was at with it. Now, there was a couple of episodes that was funny, but other episodes just had me looking like, why am I even watching this? I know it's on BET. I knew they were going to do this. I'm with you there. It's a dirty game, but FBAs are squeaky clean. Squeaky goddamn clean. Now, family, I want to play this next person for you. This is who we about to get real petty on. Well, technically, we're going to get petty on Tyler, but still, he's going to be the cause for it. Let's go here. I'm going to play everything this tether had to say. Y'all remember this tether. You know him. You despise him. Let's go ahead and let him say what the hell he got to say.
MTV has decided to remove Afrobeats as a category for the MTV Awards. I don't know if you guys know Africans who care about MTV. I don't know a single African who cares about MTV. We never went to MTV asking them to put Afrobeats in the categories. We never did that. We never.
But y'all was showed bragging about it as soon as MTV added it as a category. As soon as they added it as a category, oh, we're here now, nigga. We are here now. This is now. We are taking all of our music. Hip hop is done. R&B is done. What is the rock and roll? You create rock and roll? It is done. White people created rock and roll, though, but it is done. This is how y'all was talking. And now when BET says, hey, we're getting rid of this, y'all like, oh, well, you know, we never really asked for this. We didn't ask you to bring Afro beats into your program. Like I said, they know exactly what's happening. They know how they were. And this dude right here is trying to act as if, yeah, we're too cool for the pudding. Nah, homie, you was out there begging for the pudding. You was bragging on the pudding. And now they say, hey, you can't have no pudding. I never wanted that pudding in the first place. That pudding looked despicable. But it was all good just 3 years ago. Let's continue.
They saw Afrobeats was late. They tried to have a piece of it. That's what happened. We never went to them asking them to add Afrobeats as a category. We never did.
They tried to have a piece of it. You know what? I said I was going to play this through. Let me let him finish, and then I'll come back. I said I was going to play it through. That's what we're going to do.
MTV removing Afrobeats as a category from the MTV Awards. What is that going to do? What is that going to do to us? Arya Star is still on fire. Arya Star is still outselling a whole lot of American artists. By far, outselling. Tyler is outselling a whole lot of these American artists by far. Don't even get me started on the beat.
I said I was going to play it through, but I'm not going to interrupt. Let me just do this real quick.
Nigga, please.
No, we don't care. We don't care. I feel like these people are under the impression that we kind of need them. Like, we don't need y'all. We don't need y'all, bro. Like, we got 1 billion people on a continent that listen to the music we make. We don't need y'all. Like, we don't. What were they thinking was going to happen by doing this? They thought, like, Africans were going to be mad and just, like, start, like, I don't know, crying over it. We don't care. We don't care. We're not looking for any position in America. We do not care. There are way too many of us. We can have something for ourselves, and we're going to be fine. We don't need MTV. Never needed MTV. We never really made music for Americans. Like, we never did. It's the American labels that went to Africa to get these African artists and start making them make African music for Americans. I'm so happy that Afrobeat and African music is back to where it used to be The music sounds African, and we're loving it. We are loving the music being African. I'm so like happy that Arya Star made an Afrobeat album, literally Afrobeat. The music is Afrobeat, and I'm digging it, and I'm loving it. It's Afrobeat, and we're vibing. We're vibing.
All right, family. I had to grind my teeth in order not to cut in there, but there was a lot of fallacies. A lot of fallacies. Y'all heard him. He's talking about Tyler outselling everybody in the United States. Did y'all hear him say that? And I heard that and I laughed to myself. I laughed so hard that I cried. And then I said, okay, let me pull up some actual statistics. Let's pull up the numbers, because these people are allergic to truth. You know, these tethers love to lie. They do it habitually. Shout out to Black Titanic in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. So I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and look some things up for some clarity, right? He said Tyler's outselling every artist in the United States of America, didn't he? Right? And I'm with you, my sister. The delusion is real. The delusion is real. Family, let me show you. Tyler's first album sold 16,966, and it peaked on number 43 on the Billboard charts. But her new album that just dropped in March, let me rephrase that. That's her new album. The one that just dropped in July 2026, July 24th, 16,966, peaking at 43 on the Billboard charts. Her last album from March 22nd, 2024. Her first week unit sales was what? 24,000. Peak Billboard of the 200s, number 24. Now, don't let these numbers over here, family, don't let these numbers confuse you. Because just because these numbers are there, number 24 out of 200 and number 43 out of 200 does not mean that's where she actually was. Does not mean that's what she actually has at the moment. No. As somebody who worked in the industry for a while, these numbers are paid for, whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not. These numbers are bought and paid for in the very same way that streaming numbers are bought and paid for. So when you see this exactly inflated, when you see this, just know, like our sister Cooking with Miss D just said, nobody's checking for Tyler. Now, let me also shout out to Shun C. She said, shout out to Drake. Hey, 100-fold. And Tipton says her album went triple charcoal. What did Game tell Yuck Mouth? What did Yuck Mouth tell Game? First album with wood, and every day you're getting jumped by Suge. Shout out to Yuck Mouth, and shout out to the Game too. Much love to them both. I'm glad they're both not tripping the way that they used to trip, because I love both. I don't want to say I love the Game in the way. I like his music. I don't like his F shit. His F-boy mentality sometimes. I don't like that. But I like his music. He has talent. As a matter of fact, one of my favorite joints that he ever did was the 400 miles in running, where he was dissing 400 bars in running, where he was dissing 50. Oh, that was a cold song. You dig me? But when we talk about these things, all I'm saying is that's the type of energy that I get. But let's go here. Shout out, like I said, to Yuck Mouth and the gang. Let's go here, family. Because I want to show you how they treat people outside of the United States of America as an artist. Okay? They don't even have to work as hard as foundational Black Americans. Hey, that was one of my favorite songs he did too. That Holy Water, the whole Jesus Peace album was pretty damn good in all the documentaries. But like I said, the way he speaks versus the way he does his music, two different things. Now, family, would you guys like to guess how many albums that Tyler has sold combined with her first album, the debut, Tyler, and A-Pop, the new album? Don't worry, I won't make you wait. She has sold less than 600,000 copies. Let's go here. And I want you to pay attention to something. Tyler has sold 580,000 album equivalent units. This is the key word right here, family. Equivalent units. That means she's not selling units. She's not selling albums. She's not selling song for song. She's selling the equivalent of such. And what is the equivalent of such? Family, I want y'all to understand me. I want you to understand me clearly, because I want to tell you right here and right now exactly how these people are able to get diamond records, platinum records, and all this other nonsense. But they're not just as good as anybody who got a platinum record, a gold record, or diamond. Family, let's get into it. Tyler has sold over 580,000 album equivalents units globally across her catalog, excuse me. This total is overwhelmingly driven by her massively successful debut album, which archives gold status. Let me tell you something, family. Her debut album is not gold. Her debut album is not even wood. People like Tyler, they get stream plays. And not only are the stream plays inflated, but understand that many people like Tyler, Drake, and many other artists that really ain't that damn good, they get the platinum, they get the gold, they get the diamond because of places like retail stores playing their music all while you shop. Have you ever been in any retail store, whether it is Walmart, whether it is Target, whether it is HEB, a grocery store of your choosing, or anywhere else, and you're just hearing the music over the loudspeaker, right? They get paid for each play on that as well. That is a part of the publishing. So while people in the streets might not be rocking with a certain artist, a store like a Target, like a Walmart, like a HEB, like a Kroger, like a Rouse, hell, Think about it like this too. You hear it at AutoZone, Auto Parts, Auto Star, any place where you go to get auto parts, there's music playing all over. This isn't just about Tyler, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm explaining to you is how you have somebody like Taylor Swift that is so damn big. Shout out to our sister Kathy Smith, the gym. All of these places that you have no control over what you're hearing over the loudspeaker, that's where they're getting their plays from. And I need everybody to understand this. It is product placement. And because of the product placement, these folks are given leeway to get actual awards that actual artists have to work hard to actually get. You can't do, hey, antithesis. I love you, my warrior brother, but you cannot do that to HEB. HEB has done a lot for the Black community when it comes down to like any type of hurricanes or natural disasters. HEB is one of the first corporations that's there. I gotta give them that. Is if I don't want to give it to no other corporation. HEB get a little bit of respect from me, okay? A little bit of respect. You can't put them with the Bush meters. Don't do that to HEB. Our brother said, I'm being petty tonight. I don't give a damn. Exactly. Everybody, look, everybody who's in Texas that's aware of HEB and all the things they be doing, please put it in the chat. Put it in the chat so the family know that I'm not just being facetious or anything like that. Black Americans out here in Texas, Houston more specifically, we rock with HEB because they come out when the government doesn't even come out. And I'm upset and I'm very sad that there's no HEB out there in Gary, Indiana, because I know that they would have been on the scene already. Oh, you don't need to apologize, my warrior brother. I already know you was just playing around. You was being petty. We all know. But I got to be honest about it because it's HEB. If it wasn't HEB, I'd be like, hey, it is what it is. But HEB, they be out here when stuff happens. And that's what I love about HEB. Something happened in the Black community. HEB's doing food giveaways. They're doing little grants and stuff like that. Like HEB has really stepped up their game. So I'm going to give them that little bit. A B1 salute and shalom to our warrior sister Brooke in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen, and thank you for being here as always. Much love, and make sure you please drop every damn link you need to drop in this chat. Now let's get back over here to Tyler. Let's get back over here to this whole situation. So this WWP 2025 EP that she sold only sold 3,700 copies. And now can you see, family, when I'm sitting here explaining to you how these folks actually come across getting these platinum status, the gold status and things like that, they don't even have to sell nothing. All they need to do is have product placement with a certain store. The store can sit here and play it over and 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 over again. And this is how you get a Taylor Swift. This is how you get a goddamn, well, anybody that doesn't have talent. Like a Tyler. This is how you get a Drake. One of the most played places that Drake is played where people don't even take into account is Target, Walmart, and goddamn Home Depot. These are three of Drake's most biggest contracts when it comes to product placement. And I'm going to put allegedly over this in case he try to come after me for telling the truth. Walmart, Target, Home Depot plays Drake the most. So whenever you see folks like Drake, and right after Drake got chewed the hell up, he still had a #1 album right after it. Can you guess why? Because of places like Walmart, Target, and Home Depot. And that's just the big three that Drake was getting his contracts from my understanding. There's more to come. There's a lot of different places Drake gets his plays. And really, same thing with all these other artists. It just depends on how much play a company is willing to pay for. Muscle Musa said Home Depot is hilariously diabolical. Yeah, it is. But they play these type of songs. They play this music in places where people tend not to really pay attention to it. When you're shopping, 9 times out of 10, you're paying attention to what you need for the house. When you go into Home Depot, most people that go into Home Depot, I could say as a man who's been there several times, as a man, on my side at least, we go in directly to go and get what we need and get the hell up out of there. If you with a female or something like that, one of your sisters, your cousins, your wife, your mom, anybody like that, that time it will expand if you go into Home Depot. But most men, when we go into Home Depot, we go in, we get what we need, we get the hell out. And it's not just Home Depot when we do that. We're talking grocery stores. We're talking, what do y'all have there? What are those things? What are those types of stuff? Thrift stores, things like that. If thrift stores are the only place that foundational Black American men will spend more time than any other store. Because grocery stores, we already know what we want. We go in, we grab it. Home Depot, we know what we want. We go in and grab it. You go in the thrift store, it's going to take a little bit. But that's another place where they play that music as well. I digress. At the end of the day, these folks are not making the numbers that we're making. They're not doing the numbers that we're doing. They could never do the numbers that we're doing. And I want to read this part right here because I started having to really go back and forth with Google here because it thought that I was a slow person. While pure album sales account for small fractions of these figures, around 30,000 physical or digital copies bought outright, her massive streaming presence translate to hundreds of thousands of album equivalent units. Remember, when I say album equivalents, they're not talking about selling actual albums like we have to sell. Let's be very clear. And I'm about to show you right here. For context, her single Water, her singles like Water, are multi-platinum. I said, okay, if that's okay. Let me see. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. Hold on one second. There we go. Now, for anybody who don't know, platinum is 1 million copies sold. Diamond is 10 million copies sold. Michael Jackson has went diamond. Nelly has went diamond. Kendrick Lamar has went diamond. Beyonce has went diamond. Did Erykah Badu go diamond yet? I have to look that one up because I believe Erykah Badu's first album went diamond. But I know Lauryn Hill went platinum. And so when I look at these type of situations, I'm looking at did they have to do as much work as we have to do to get these quote unquote plaques? And the answer to that is hell to the no. And that's why let me go here. That's why I had to correct it. I said the single hasn't even sold 1 million copies either. So the whole make me sweat, make me hotter, make me flee my country to another. That song right there, it didn't even go platinum. Platinum is 1 million copies sold, whether it's a single, whether it's an album, whether it's an EP, whether it's an LP. But they're saying that Water sold millions of copies. It has only logged about 100,000 pure downloads. Now, the fact that I told it that, hey, she ain't even sold 1 million copies, it couldn't do nothing but tell me I'm 100% correct. I worked in the business. I do understand these things. I do know the numbers. I know how they work. I know how you break them down. I used to work as a street team person. I used to work as a promotional. Before I even got into the little junior A&R. So no machine can tell me that she went platinum and the numbers doesn't add up to it. Shout out to our sister Hurricane Nisi in the building. She says, here in West Virginia, I never heard Drake or Tyler played. Then again, I still hear John Dover, go figure. And this is what I'm talking about, Miss Nisi. You're proving my point, and I love that you said that, because here's the thing. When I said this isn't just about Drake, this isn't just about Tyler, this is many different artists, many white artists, many artists that isn't foundational Black American. When you hear them on the radio, you're like, who the hell will listen to this? When you see that they didn't win platinum, they didn't win gold, they didn't win diamond, they didn't win anywhere in those categories, it's because of the fact that they have these different companies and buildings and things like that playing their music on repeat consistently. So it might not be Drake. It might not be Tyler. It might just be that John Denver. And you're like, who the hell still listens to John Denver? This is why. This is the exact reason why. So I have to tell the truth. It says pure sales. Tyler sold roughly 10,000 pure copies of Water globally. 10,000 copies is not even an equivalent of gold. Gold is 500,000 copies sold. $500,000 copies sold. But they used a platinum loophole. What is the platinum loophole? The song archives its 4 times platinum status because it has over 1.8 billion on-demand streams. 1.8 billion on-demand streams, which means they're being streamed from places like Amazon, being streamed from places like Apple Music. I forget the other goddamn because I don't use that at all. The other one with the green little logo on it, I forget the name of it. Spotify. None of that stuff mean anything if those streams are not organic. Thank you all. Y'all came in with the Spotify. Thank you all. Shout out to you. And so I brought that up here. That's still BS because it's known that many artists not just Tyler, have been inflating their streaming numbers on Spotify. And once again, it couldn't do nothing but tell me I'm correct. Excuse me. God bless me. Thank me. You're pointing out a massive open secret in the music industry. You're completely right to call bull S on it. Streaming fraud, playlist manipulation, and stream farming are incredibly widespread, and they completely wrap what a platinum record actually means today. Excuse me, warp, not rap. It completely warp what a platinum record means today. So, family, I want you all to understand me. Thank you all. Much love to each and every one of you for the blessings. I appreciate it. Trust me when I say. And shout out to our brother Cool Keezy in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here. Family, when all these folks are sitting there talking about she's out selling, she's doing this, she's doing that, this woman ain't even hit the threshold when it comes to being gold. When you talk about when Yuckmouth told the game that your first album went wood and every week you're getting slapped by Suge, the game's first album sold more than 100,000 copies. I think it sold like 160,000 copies, and that was out the trunk of his damn car. So when these folks are talking about Tyler's outselling foundational Black Americans, anybody in the U.S., she's outselling y'all. We don't care. This is how you know these people live in a delusion. And if you didn't know this, you would believe them. And I praise the Most High. I've had so many experiences in my 40 years. I am so grateful because I was put in a position to where I didn't work in the industry, in several industries, but the music industry to be more specific so I can help people. That was one of the reasons why when I left the music industry, it was because of the fact that I did not want to be the person as a junior A&R. I did not want to be a person helping people get signed to these messed up deals. Back in the day, before there was a 360 deal, when I was actually working in these situations, I was still young. I was a young guy. And I was only put into these situations because of the fact of my talent in the group that I belonged to. I was able to do a bunch of different shows and get into a lot of different categories as of like A&R, street team, and things like that. My point is this. I'm grateful because I was able to learn from all of these experiences, and I did not want to sign people to a label that was going to take advantage of them. So every artist that I've ever signed to my label that I've ever produced or ever worked with, I signed them to a 50-50 deal. We're partners in this. And all the people that did not understand what I was doing, I had to break it down to them and explain to them. I have taught people how to create record labels so we can do a partnership deal, because I don't want to take from you no more than you want to take from me. And back in the day before the 360 deal came along, where they got a piece of every damn thing, there was a 80-15 deal, 85-15 deal that I was seeking for. Prior to me seeking for that, labels was giving artists a 12 to 88. And if you don't know what a 12 to 88 is, that means that the artist only keeps 12% of their royalties, and the other 88 goes back to the record label that signed them. Not just that. Not only do you get the 12% out of the 88% when you're putting in a lot of the credit, the creativity. everything that you do, whether it's studio time, working with a producer, the artist is quite literally the last person to get paid regardless. Whether then, now, or tomorrow. The artist has always been the last person to get paid. So let's say the company put up $2 million for your album. Your album makes $20 million. 88% of that is going to the record label off the back. Off the back. And if they gave you, and I know that this is going to extend it a little bit, family, but I'm trying to give some game to the folks who are trying to get into the music industry, who want to be treated fairly in this industry. You got to understand how the industry works. If they gave you an advance, not only do they take that 88% from the 12%, but then they will take whatever they gave you in the advance from that 12% as well. And then you got to pay all the producers out that 12%. Then you got to pay all your features out that 12%. Then you got to pay for all the studios out that 12%. So whatever's left from all of that, you still have what you have as the artist, right? Let's say out of all the 20 million, there's $1.5 million left. After you pay everybody, you get your $1.5 million left. Well, here's the thing. With the $1.5 million, shout out to 400 PV, because TLC did speak about this as well. Shout out to TLC. With the $1.5 million that you have left, guess what? You still got to pay taxes. And you're not paying taxes on that $1.5 million. You're paying taxes on the full 20 million that you got 1.5 out of. When you see this happen over and over and over again, it's no wonder why the majority of our artists, our FBA greats, die broke. And this is one of the reasons why I left and said, hell no. If I'm going to work with anybody, I'm going to teach them about contracts. I'm going to teach them about running a record label, running a production company, running something to where we can do business together, because I'm not the type of person that wants to take advantage of anybody else. And I don't want anybody else feeling like they want to take advantage of me. So if I'm teaching you how to make sure that you get yourself right and we're partners in this situation, guess what? When you take a hit, I'm taking a hit. That's what my contract says. We're 50-50 partners. So if we got to pay for god dang artists to feature, guess what? It's coming out of both of our portions. If we got to pay for studios, it comes out of both of our portions. If we got to pay for writers or anything else, it comes out of both of our portions. And that's how, for the longest time, I was able to keep different artists content with being on my label. I was able to keep artists, even if they wasn't on my label, having respect for me, because I was teaching them things that these labels refuse to teach us. I know I went on a little, I digressed a bit. But when I say I really care about my people and I really care who's going to have to deal with these type of things, I care about those people because I've been there. I saw it with my own eyes. I felt it. So the number one thing that I can do is give my experiences and hope that other people take from those experiences and not have to learn from their own. Shout out to Dominique Henderson in the building. Much love to you for saying this, because you are absolutely correct. Snoop Dogg sold more than Elvis and Frank Sinatra on his debut album and ended up robbed. And for a long period of time, he ended up broke. Shout out to Master P. If it wasn't for Master P, trust me when I say Snoop Dogg wouldn't have been able to get, he would be right now fighting for everything just like Daz is. And unfortunately, Snoop is doing Daz the way that, god dang it, he was done under Suge. And that is a whole nother situation, but I digress. Family, we have to work 1,000 times harder than any other artist when we get our diamond albums, our platinum albums, our gold albums. And all they have to do is put a damn single into a store and let the store run it on repeat. Shout out to Payroll in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here. Most artists stay unrecouped, and you ain't lying. That is the number one way to make sure that artists never make any money. They will continuously tell you that you are unrecouped. But also, one thing that every artist can do, make sure you hire you an auditor so that you can go in and have that auditor look over all the books and make sure that they're not stealing from you by telling you that you're unrecouped and you've been recouped 4 or 5 years prior to you doing this album. I'm going to say that one more time for any artist out there who signed the contract with these people. Make sure you have yourself a personal auditor. And that auditor will get access to all of the funding, the payments, and everything there. Exactly. Chameleonaire, hey, I gotta tell the truth. Chameleonaire was one of the first people that I seen in the actual mainstream industry who even spoke about an auditor. When I was telling people about auditors, they didn't understand what I meant. They thought that I was just talking about like people that go in and audit the label for the things that they didn't got. No, I'm talking about people who audit the label for your contract, what your contract is supposed to be, who's supposed to get what, where it's supposed to go, how many times it's supposed to go there, how long it's supposed to go there, how much you've already paid into it, what other funding that you get on the back end that they took from you. Like there's a lot that these people steal from you as an artist. We have to make sure people understand that don't nobody else deal with what we deal with in the music industry that we make profitable. A B1 salute and shalom to our good brother, President Divine in the building. Much love to the Freedman Project out there in New York. Hold on. We got to make sure that people understand. The American Freedman Project, not the American Freedman Fund. These are two different things. I heard some people equating them yesterday, and I was like, oh, I see why my sister Brooke makes sure people understand there's a difference. Shout out to our good brother, the president from the American Freedman Project. Shout out to you, my warrior brother. Oh, he just put up his first video. Everybody make sure to go and follow our good brother, President Divine. Go ahead, everybody go over there and follow our good brother, President Divine. Check out his video, like, share, comment, subscribe. Shout out to you, my warrior brother. I can't wait to check it out. I'm going to check it out as soon as we done here. U.S. Freedman Project. I say American, but U.S. is actually correct because that's what it actually is. I whenever I hear U.S., I automatically say American. America. Shout out to our good brother, U.S. Freedman Project. God dang it. Y'all make sure to go and follow our good brother. Make sure y'all subscribe to our good brother and support our good brother all damn day. Now, we didn't already hit the 2-hour mark, family. I said I was only going to be here 2 hours, but we're going to go a little bit in there. We got about another hour to go because we still got to talk about Carmelo. We got to still talk about Carmelo. I still want to remind people, though, how they were acting when they thought that they were going to take over. When they thought they were going to take over, right? And it was all because we were seeing things like this. Y'all remember Ebro, right? Where he was talking about, I got a call saying, it should be noted, many major labels have deprioritized signing rappers. The focus is now on African music and Latino music. Rappers better stop being boring and talking about the same ish over and over, chasing TikTok success and comment sections. What are you talking about? That's exactly how Tyler got as much of the plays that she didn't got. I remember a time. I got you, my sister. We just gonna go. We gonna go. I remember a time where I'm sorry, family, but I am so amused because this was just hilarious. It was my most hilarious. I don't want to say most hilarious time, but it's one of the most hilarious times. I remember when everybody was so excited, thinking that rap is dying. Oh, you hear us everywhere. I remember seeing different people who were not foundational Black Americans, but they lived in New York at some point in time, moved down to the South, talking about ain't no Afro beats out here, ain't no Caribbeans, ain't nothing. What's the Caribbean music? Where's the Mr. Vegas and all this other crap? I remember that time. It wasn't too long ago. As a matter of fact, if I'm remembering correctly, it didn't happen too long ago out there in Atlanta. You guys took what this man said and other people said and ran with it, not understanding the system of white supremacy. You will only get pushed when you're profitable. If you're not profitable, they will not push you. And if they do push you and you're not profitable, they're going to make you profitable. And if they can't make you profitable, they will not push you. I know that sounds a little confusing to some people, but those with ears to hear understand exactly what I just said. The music industry push what's profitable. If you are not profitable and they want you to be profitable, they will try to make you profitable. If you do not gain or garner any success from them putting the machine behind you, then they will drop you like a bad habit. Leor Cohen talked about it in the very same way. And I know it's Cohen, but I call him Leor Cohen. Leor Cohen spoke about it in the very same way. I can make anybody popular. All you got to do is give me enough money and time. But even Leor had to see where he started to lose and started cutting things off. That's why he went from running Def Jam to running YouTube. Hey, Leor, I know you hear me. I know you're listening. But these folks don't understand the system of white supremacy, so all they think about is, they like us more. That's why they're playing our music more. Everywhere I go, I hear, make me sweat, make me holla. Not understanding that that's because the record labels put their money behind different corporations, giving them, here's money, play this song. Different businesses like TikTok, influencers, hey, you're pretty big. Here's $5,000. Make a dance for this song. This is what you're getting out of all of this. This is why, in the very same way the Democratic Party, the Republican Party pays influencers to push an agenda, the record companies have been doing this for a long damn time. Payola has been going on for a very, 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 very long time. But here's the thing. Payola can work. It can work sometimes. This is how you have your Sexy Reds, you have your Cardi B's, your Meg Thee Stallions, even though Meg Thee Stallion actually had some talent before they put her in the mainstream and she went the opposite direction after they gave her the check. But I digress. This is how you get all these people. It's paid to play. So when you have a tether talking about, we do not care if MTV is no longer having the category of Afrobeats, our artists are outselling American artists, then why do they even need the American market? Why do they need the American market if they're outselling Americans outside of America? Shout out to my good brother Jesse Paris in the building, as well as Slow Flame. Not Bush Meat Boxing. Bush Meat Beatboxing. But that's that, family. I just wanted to have that little conversation with you all about it because I found it to be hilarious. I found it to be hilarious that these people still don't understand that you need us regardless of what you think. So where's Stank Red now? I don't know. I heard she was out on like X flashing people, or was it Instagram? She was flashing people to keep her ratings up or to keep her views up. I don't know. That ain't my business. She was out somewhere being stank. Now, the last thing I want to talk to you all about, or really not even talk to you about, I want to just make you aware of real quick before we get into the Carmelo situation. Family, I wanted to tell you all 6 Haitian Americans in Florida, all 6 Haitian Americans in Florida that was running for office. All 6 have lost their primaries, each and every one of them. I don't have too much to add to that, family. I just wanted to let you all know that all 6 of the TPS holders, you know, the folks who are down there talking about they run Florida and all that other nonsense. Yeah. All 6 of their candidates have been defeated. I bet they're going to be mad at me. They're going to be mad at you. They're going to be mad at us. They're going to be mad at we. I guarantee it. I thought y'all had Florida on lock. I thought FBAs was pushed out of Florida. I thought y'all didn't have nothing to worry about. Y'all was going to be cool. Yeah. Didn't really work out for you, did it? Yeah. Didn't really prove your point now, did it? I think that a lot of folks thought that they were going to go ahead and run out to the polls, and then they got to really realizing, like, damn, I don't really have legal status. You know what? Let me turn around and just go back right on back to the house. Y'all ain't about to catch me out here trying to vote for anybody. I got to go. Shout out to Miss D. She said, does we care though? Not at all. Not one bit. I just want them all to know that we know that all 6 of their quote unquote Haitians that was running for office didn't have no Haitian support. And the support that they had wasn't enough. All 6. Damn, you would have thought that, some of y'all could have got together and at least get one of them elected. One. Yeah. But all 6 was pushed to the wayside. Sorry for ya. Just gotta say it. Sorry for ya. Let's move on now, family. Let's get into the Carmelo Anthony situation. Before we get into the situation at hand, the meat and the potatoes, I spoke about, on my last broadcast, I spoke about how Judge Roach, the Roach known as Judge, was removed from the case. He was recused. After he got recused, Metcalf came right back out, and he has some things to say about the whole situation, and I'm going to play it. And I want him to keep talking. The same way I said it when he was sitting there talking, speaking on his racist old diatribe. I was like, okay, keep talking. When the Roach known as Judge came out and did his interview, and I did my video, and I explained to you all, I want him to continue because this is only going to be good for Carmelo. I said what? I want him to keep talking. So let's hear what Metcalf had to say. Shall we? Let's go here.
I mean, if they want to view it as a win, that's okay. They have every right to view it as a win. I mean, technically, yes, they got the judge recused. Okay. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Let's see if they're still celebrating tomorrow, because if he's granted a new trial, he can get more years.
Oh, you wish. That's wishful thinking for a racist. Here's the thing, though. He gets a new trial and he gets acquitted. Oh, sir. We're going to be on a tirade to get your other son locked the hell up for murder. Because he started the fight, right? Right. So, sir, I'm going to need you to step out of your psychoses that you've been living in and understand the gravity of this situation has turned the tables. Continue.
I have no idea what the defense is going to throw up for their reasons for a new trial. To me, it still doesn't matter. It doesn't change the facts. The facts are the facts. We had 35 witnesses last time. We only had to use 21. We have a video. We have a confession. I don't know where there's this big bombshell thing that's going to change the case. And, you know, if it was that important, it would have came up the first time. So let's just stick to the facts of what happened that day underneath the tent. For me, things like this do not occupy my time or my thoughts. My thoughts are on this foundation. I'm looking at going forward. How do I save lives? How do I prevent this from any parent ever feeling this pain?
I can answer that question. Oh, family, some people might think that I'm being petty. I'm joking. No, I'm being 100% serious right now. Let me help you out there, Metcalf. Raise your children. And I don't mean raise them to be white supremacists. I don't mean raise them without accountability so they don't think that anything they do can go without any type of consequence. Teach them that their actions have consequences. You should have been teaching your son, you should be teaching your sons, well, should I say son? Because you only got one now. My apologies. I digress. You should have been teaching your sons that if you're big enough, bold enough to put your hands on somebody, don't be surprised if they're bold enough and big enough to put their hands back on you. When I was growing up, my mother, father, grandfather, grandmother all told me the same damn thing. Now, Larry, we love you. And we know that you're a Taurus. And we know sometimes some people get on your nerves and you want to just go ahead and go off on somebody. But always remember, as long as they don't put their hands on you, you don't put your hands on them. If they put their hands on you, you take them directly to hell. You drag them to hell like every demon you done seen in any movie you done watched. I grew up and I live by that. I believe everybody should live by that. You should never allow anybody to put their hands on you. But you should never be the person to try to put your hands on somebody unwarranted first. Unless they're antagonizing you and you know it's about to go there. I'm from LA. We don't wait to swing. We swing first and deal with everything else after. Let's be very clear. My brother KG, he knows about the stalling out. That's because a lot of folks will ask him, they're like, stall him out. Stall him out. Nah, homie, he already started this. I didn't start it, but I'm going to finish it. We don't stall nobody out, and we don't let nobody just have an up on us. If it's going to be a fight, guess what? I'm swinging first. And I'm swinging hard. Now, maybe I'll get you, maybe I'll knock you out, maybe I won't. Maybe we got to go toe to toe. Maybe we got to, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I got to take the L. I'm not going to say I have, but but if I got to, I got to. But at the end of the day, I know for certain I wasn't going to wait to see. But here's the difference. Your kid walked up on Carmelo. Your kids walked up on Carmelo with other kids at the time. And they did what the hell they did. Carmelo was warranted to do whatever he needed to do. It's that simple. So when you said, I'm trying to figure out how to save lives, maybe you should be teaching other Nabisco children Not to be running around thinking that that's just because they got the privilege of being white, that they have the privilege of being aggressive to any foundational Black American that they see. Like my sister Sean C said, all bets are off. Dr. Dre said it best. It's either my life or your life, and I ain't leaving. I like breathing. We can go round for round, clip for clip, mother loving, pound for pound. And if you lose the round for round, clip for clip, mother loving, pound for pound, understand that that was your own doing. You did it. I didn't. I didn't start nothing. I just finished it. Let's continue.
Is the deepest, worst pain any human being could ever live through. How do I prevent it? So I'm going to ask everyone's help. Support Austin Metcalf Foundation.
Hard pass.
So your kid comes home alive from school.
To all the Nabiscos out there, I want you to understand something. Even if you support Austin's foundation, it's no guarantee that your child will come home from school alive. Why? Because there are other children that look just like him taking guns to school, pew-pewing everybody in that piece. But yeah, go ahead and donate to Austin's, foundation, if you would like. In the hopes that your children come home alive until one of those very same children say, I'm sick and tired of this. You're not going to keep doing this to me. David, all he did was tell you to sit down. Other people are trying to learn. I don't care what other people, I'm going to my backpack.
I'm out here to save lives, and I don't care what color your skin is. I judge you by your character, not by the color of your skin. And there's what I want to tell everybody.
I know he didn't just saying that. Being somebody that quite literally got drunk, went over there with that lady who allowed her boyfriend allegedly to molest her damn daughter. Sat there and spewed all kind of racist talking points, calling Carmelo a watermelon felon and all this. I know you didn't just say you don't see color. Did you forget what the hell you did? Did you forget what the hell you said? We didn't. You know why? Because we got a long damn memory. And you fools can barely remember the lie that you told seconds ago.
But the axe forgets, the tree remembers. You can't have a short memory and be black. You open yourself up for attack. You got to have a long memory because you're singing a long song. Y'all feel me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do.
I want to ask this, and I'll ask you. You're either part of the problem in today's world, or you're part of the solution in today's world. What side do you think you're on?
That's a question I would have to pose to you. What side do you think you're on, Jeff? Mr. Meth Head, Meth Calf? I need to know. What side do you truly see yourself on when you look in the mirror? When you wake up and you see a wrinkled, decrepit looking Nabisco in the mirror? Somebody who looked like they have gone through 70 years of smoking opioids. And I don't mean smoking opium. I mean opioids, pills. You look like somebody that take pills of opioids and put it on foil and burn it and chase the dragon. That's what you look like to me, methed out meth calf. A heron chasing the dragon addict. But when you look in the mirror, When you see that methed out heron looking face, are you asking yourself, what side are you on? Are you asking yourself, are you on the right side of history? I don't think you are. Because if you were, I don't think you would be doing another interview after seeing your last interview. Shout out to Ra L in the building, as well as Big FAFO in the building. Shout out to you. He said a B1 Brother Church crew. He said FAL Energy was in the room all day, family. Shout out to you. Shout out to our brother crew reality. God dang it. He said that FAFO Energy was in the room for the Metcalfs. Yeah, for the Metcalfs. All right, so that's what happened after they recused the roach known as Judge. And let me play this clip here before we move forward. You know what? Before we go here, let me give a B1 salute to our warrior brother, Black Truth United. A B1 salute to our sister, Brooke, in the building. Make sure that y'all going and supporting evenmelanin.com. And a B1 salute to our warrior brother, Greg Marcel Dixon. Let's go here.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Evenmelanin.com. New healthier glass bottles. No microplastic, can't be wrong. Smooth and even, let the glow begin. Melanin, age with grace at Even Melanin. Melanin, radiant skin where beauty's from within. Melanin, feel the love with Even Melanin. Evenmelanin.com.
They say doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. I say it's stupidity. We as Black Americans have been voting for the Democrats with over 90% of our votes going to them for the past 60 years. And what do we have to show for it? I'll tell you, we are 15 to 20% of the population, but nearly 60% of the homeless. We have aborted over 20 million of our Black babies. Our wealth is heading backwards, and we own less homes now than we did during Jim Crow. I'm not saying vote for the Republicans. I'm saying don't vote for any party. Vote for good policies. If anyone comes to us and they ask for or demand the Black vote, you tell them to show me your Black policies.
I am Greg Marcel Dixon, and I approve this message.
All right, family, let's get back into it. Had to show the family some love and had to put some information out there. And if my brother President Divine is still in the building, my sister Brooke, if you also are still in the building, I'm going to need you, if you can, to work with our good brother President Divine so he can go ahead and put together a commercial for the U.S. Freedmen Project so I can play that here as well whenever I need to play it. You dig what I'm saying, family? We need to make sure that the project is solidified with with support, with goddamn funding, anything and everything. So family, if you're still here, please make sure that our good brother put that together so that we can go ahead and promote him as well. No, okay, that's my sister right there. We need it the same way, because Brooke be pulling Divine into the to the business realm. She's like, God dang it, he had a shirt that people wanted. She's like, don't worry, the shirt will be up on the website real soon. Real soon. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about, sister, damn it, because we need to help each other so that we can get the messages out the way we need to get it. Look, they're going to start selling t-shirts soon at evenmelanin.com. So y'all make sure that y'all supporting. Y'all make sure that y'all supporting. Shout out to my sister and my brother. Sometimes you got to be pushy, sis. Like, sometimes you got to help folk understand, like, look, you might not want to do this right now, but this is going to be a great benefit. And we're going to need you to be a benefactor. A benefactor? No, benefactor. That's the word. Shout out to my sister. Let's continue.
Today's hearing has already brought new, very revealing information about Anthony and Austin Metcalf that was never brought up at trial, by the way. J.D. Miles has been in the courtroom through this day, and he has the new details.
Well, we expect the hearing today to wrap up at any moment and testimony to continue tomorrow. As many of you know, there was a private off-the-record agreement during the murder trial by both sides to keep the sordid backgrounds of Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf, their character and their criminal history, private and out of view of the jury, so they could focus solely on what happened under the tent last year at that Frisco track meet. Now, both sides have decided to release that background history, with the defense going first, releasing 20 pages of Austin Metcalf's behavioral history. Carmelo Anthony was dressed in a suit and tie for this morning's hearing, which began with the defense arguing that efforts by the trial judge and prosecutors to combat threats and deal with disruptions actually prevented Anthony from getting an open and fair trial. But bombshell testimony came this afternoon from Anthony's trial attorney, Mike Howard, about Austin Metcalf's background report that was never presented to the jury. CBS News Texas has also learned new details about Austin Metcalf's background. Metcalf and his brother Hunter were once caught spray painting graffiti, including KKK Kill All Blacks and Heil Hitler, along with the N-word, and were sentenced to 12 months of juvenile probation. Records reveal they reportedly told authorities, "We did some dumb stuff. We did some vandalism." There are several documented instances of Austin using racial slurs in school, and in 2023, Austin was accused of bullying a black student in class. In 2018, while still in elementary school, Austin and his brother were accused of bullying and assaulting a female, which...
Family. I was trying to let it play through. And there's two more clips with more information, but we're actually going to read through what was really happening. But family, what would they say if one of our look, I didn't even get a chance to ask the question. I was going to say, if it was one of our 10-year-olds, our little elementary school children going around here terrorizing little girls, because that's what they did. They were terrorizing a little girl. What would they say about us? They would call us a menace. They would call us a thugs. They would call us everything under the sun except for the Most High's children. But these two has a record that only a criminal could love, and nobody is saying nothing about it. I know what that is, and you know what that is, and we know what that is. What is it?
When you have the complexion for the protection for the collection, that white skin will protect you.
Let's continue.
Led to his arrest. During an argument in 2024 with another female student, Austin allegedly knocked her to the ground and punched her in the stomach. He was also kicked out of a football game and texted someone later, "I was about to beat the expletive out of those kids." At a previous track meet, when another student alerted Austin that someone not on their team, quote, behind our bench was talking wild, Austin reportedly replied, "Kill that MF." During the 2023-2024 school year, he received in-school suspension twice. School disciplinary records from April 2022 to May 2024 revealed that Austin reportedly called a teacher the B word and used profanity. He told a school official that he couldn't control it and wasn't aware that it was coming out of his mouth. In 2024, on at least 5 occasions, Austin saw a counselor regarding his anger and rage during a football game. In 2021, he got banned from attending basketball games for a season after yelling profanity at a player. Metcalf also got suspended after he and another student were talking about bringing a gun to school the following day. Now, prosecutors, meanwhile, have a 75-page document on Carmelo Anthony's background, which they plan to present to the court tomorrow. In that report, they mentioned that Carmelo Anthony, on the morning before the stabbing, sent out a text saying he's low-key on the verge, which was a sign they say that he was easily triggered. Also, that his
low-key on the verge of what? Family, this is why it's very important to keep everybody out of our business. And I mean, when it comes down to Ebonics or anything else, because what he just said was quite literally Ebonics. I'm on the verge, but they cut off or what? Maybe he never mentioned it. On the verge to what? I'm on the verge to what? I'm on the verge to greatness? Maybe because, you know, he had a track meet that very same day. I'm on the verge of wigging out because I'm so stressed out about school. I'm on the verge to getting up and making breakfast. I mean, he was a kid at the time. Maybe he was on the verge to thinking about his girlfriend touching himself. I'm just saying there's a lot that he could be on the verge doing. Why is it automatically assumed that when he said I'm on the verge, that it's automatically on the verge of a crash out? He didn't say that. He didn't say I'm on the verge of unaliving somebody. He didn't say I'm on the verge of getting to a fight with somebody. No. He hit this girl up early in the morning before his track meet starts and say, I'm on the verge. Well, if that's his girlfriend, and believe me when I say it is his girlfriend, it was his girlfriend. I don't know what they're talking about nowadays, but at that time, it was his girlfriend. And we're going to get into that too. We're definitely going to rip into that. But at the time, this was his girlfriend. Why would I call my girl before one of the most important things that I have to do at the time? And say I'm on the verge. Unless I needed some reassurance. I'm on the verge of crashing out. There's so much pressure on my shoulders. We got to win today. Or I'm on the verge, and you know what I mean? Because I've been thinking about you all night. Taking text messages out of context quite literally isn't enough. Many of the text messages that they said that Carmelo had sent or they have retrieved, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't believe it. In the very same way I don't believe what they said about his girlfriend, but we're gonna get there. We're not there yet. We're gonna get there. Let me play these next 2 clips and then we're gonna get into that. Let's go here.
Yeah, John, today we are hearing a lot of new evidence that was never made public during the trial, including details of what investigators found on Carmelo Anthony's phone and why it is that they believe he took a knife to this track meet last year in April. During opening statements, prosecutors revealed Anthony had a documented pattern of obsession with knives and guns. In one text message, Anthony allegedly fantasized about stabbing someone, writing, "When I stab somebody, I'm going to lick their blood off the blade." Prosecutors say they also have numerous examples of Anthony's desire to start fights and to be in fights, and they argue that's what he went to the track meet to do that day.
Family, let me tell you something right here, right now. If a prosecutor has a person on trial for murder and they have evidence to show that the person was already thinking about murdering somebody, they're not going to make a deal not to bring that information out. It's just so convenient. All of a sudden, there's conversations about him using a knife and licking the blood off of it. It's so convenient that all of a sudden she, quote unquote, contacted the school to file a report about him stalking the school. Well, why not contact the police? Why would you contact the school when the school don't have any actual power over what he does or says? So if he's stalking someone, wouldn't you call the po-po-ho? But let's continue. Like I said, we're going to get into that. I ain't got there yet, but we're getting there. Let's go.
The reason none of that came out at trial is that the defense and prosecution had what they're describing as a gentleman's agreement, an off-the-record understanding that neither side would go into character evidence, including allegations of violence and bullying by Austin Metcalf. Instead, both sides would focus on what happened under the tent the day of the stabbing. The defense now argues that Anthony chose not to testify in his own defense because at the last minute of the trial, prosecutors reversed course and told them if Anthony takes the stand, it would violate their agreement and open the door to all of those character issues being brought out. That agreement is a key part of the defense's argument as to why it is that Anthony deserves a new trial. And that's something we're going to continue to hear a lot more about through the rest of today and possibly into tomorrow. John?
I would assume if he gets a new trial, all of the stuff that was presented in court today would probably be admissible, yeah?
Yeah, it absolutely. Prosecutors have already said that's part of the reason both sides agreed to this deal is because they didn't want to further enrage this public debate that was happening outside, where this was really, they felt, throwing gas onto an already big fire if they brought out a lot of these character attacks. Of course, going forward to the next trial, that agreement would not be in place, and all of this would be fair game. Prosecutors said they would have brought all of this up if it weren't for that agreement.
Well, it's all out there now. Garrett Tenney for us in McKinney. Thanks, Garrett.
All right, that's that, family. And I'm holding off on my commentary until we get through this last one, and then we're going to get all the way into it because, God dang it, there's just so much nonsense here. It's so much nonsense. Let's go here.
This afternoon, we are also following the latest developments in the Carmelo Anthony appeal. His lawyers now asking for a new trial for him. Anthony is currently serving 35 years in prison for killing Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet in Frisco last year. Senior crime and justice reporter Rebecca Lopez has been in the court all day today and joins us now live from Collin County with the very latest on this. What can you tell us, Rebecca?
Well, let me tell you, Jason, there was a lot to unpack here today. The testimony today included that there are allegations of a history of violence and racist incidents involving Austin and Hunter Metcalf. The courtroom also heard testimony that there was a problem also in some history with Carmelo Anthony's character and background, and both prosecutors and defense attorneys were trying to keep this out of the original trial. Now, Anthony's lead attorney, Mike Howard, took the stand this afternoon, and he testified why he and co-counsel Toby Shook made an agreement with prosecutors to keep that information about the character and background of the Metcalf twins out of this, and also about Carmelo Anthony. Now, Howard testified that the defense learned that there were more than 53 incidents involving Austin and Hunter Metcalf in which they're accused of fighting, assaulting other students, and using racial slurs against Black students. He also testified that in a couple of cases they were accused of assaulting young women, and that teachers had complained that sometimes they were making derogatory comments towards teachers. And Howard said that some of those incidents went off.
Now, hold on, Maxwell Jenkins, my brother, my warrior brother. You getting ahead of the broadcast, my good sir. You are getting ahead of the broadcast, my good sir. I'm going to need you to slow it back a little bit because we're going to get there. We definitely going to get there. And you ask the same damn question that any logical person such as myself would ask. And trust me, I did. Just like you did. And I'm pretty sure everybody in this chat very much so did. Let's continue.
All the way back for years and showed a history and a pattern of violence and aggressive behavior on the part of Hunter and Austin Metcalf.
Okay, so that covers that side of it, Rebecca, but there was also testimony, as you said, about information about Carmelo Anthony that defense attorneys wanted to exclude. Can you say more about that?
Yes, so Bill Wertzke, the prosecutor in this case, an opening statement said that he also has information about the character of Carmelo Anthony and some of his background. And he also said that there was an incident on the day that this happened when Austin Metcalf was killed, where Carmelo Anthony's ex-girlfriend went to an assistant principal and said that he'd been stalking her and she was afraid of him and that he was spiraling. And she also said that he had an affinity towards guns, knives, and fights. And she was very concerned. And Bill Wertzke says he plans to present all of that when it's his turn.
Okay, so Rebecca, when you go through all of this, for anyone who paid attention to the trial, they know that none of this came out during the actual trial. Why is that?
So there was this gentleman's agreement that neither one of them was going to bring this up, that they were going to run a clean trial and they wouldn't bring up the character issues. But at the last minute, the defense attorneys are now saying that Bill Wertzke, the prosecutor, said that he was going to bring this up if Carmelo Anthony took the stand, and therefore they didn't present any of this evidence. They said they would have otherwise done so. And so now they are asking his new attorneys for a new trial, saying that there are some legal issues with what happened in the first trial and they want a new trial. Jason.
Boy, you weren't kidding, Rebecca. There was a lot to unpack there from this day in the courtroom. Thanks so much for sitting in on all of that and walking us through it here. Really appreciate it.
All right. Shout out to our good brother, Mr. Ishmael, in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother. Shalom. And thank you for being here as always, my warrior brother. All right. So we didn't got through it. There's a lot to unpack there, family. And I'm not even going to unpack the video clips. We're going to get into the actual language of what was said here. So this is from CBS News, right? New details and troubling backgrounds for Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony reveals in retrial hearing. Now I'm going to go to, here we go. Let's go here first. Austin Metcalf's background revealed in court documents. CBS News Texas has also learned new details about Austin Metcalf's background from court documents. Graffiti incident, racial slurs. Now, I want y'all to see that they are actually trying to, and this is from CBS, so you know this is just how the lamestream media works. They're trying to equate some of the things that Austin did with what they're saying, alleging some of the things that Carmelo did. But the one thing that you will not see is that Carmelo has ever been arrested for any of the things that they're claiming that he's been arrested for. But Austin Metcalf has. And not just that. Not only have he been arrested several times over due to his background and things like that, his decision making, but Austin versus Carmelo, there's actual witnesses for Austin in what they brought up. All the stuff that they brought up for Carmelo is questionable, to say the least, especially with the so-called girlfriend. We're going to get into it. Austin Metcalf and his brother Hunter Metcalf were once caught spray painting graffiti, including KKK, Kill All Blacks, and Hail Hitler, along with the N-word, and were sentenced to 12 months of juvenile probation. Juvenile probation. Court document shows. Records reveal they reportedly told authorities, we did some dumb stuff. We did some vandalism. There are several documented instances, of Austin Metcalf using racial slurs in school. And in 2023, Austin Metcalf was accused of bullying a black student in class. All the things that we already knew this man most likely was going around doing. If he thought he can do it, if he thought he could just walk up to a total stranger who's black and tell them they needed to move like it was the 1940s, the 1950s, and the early 1960s. We all had the same thought process when that came down. Oh, yeah, he's a racist. His father's a racist. His mother's a racist. His whole family are racist. It's a family full of racists who are still thinking that this is Jim Crow. You don't have the right nor authority to speak to us and tell us what we must do. At the previous track meet, when another student alerted Austin Metcalf that someone not on their team behind our benches were talking loud, was talking loud, Austin reportedly replied, "Kill that MFer." Just because someone was talking wild. Okay. All right. Go ahead. During 2023-2024 school year, he received in-school suspension twice. Notice they didn't tell you for what. School disciplinary records from August 2022 to 2024 revealed that he reportedly called a teacher the B word and used profanity. And that he told the school officials that he couldn't control it and wasn't aware that it was coming out of his mouth. Family, I'm gonna need y'all to go ahead and let me know in the chat. What would happen to one of our children if they did something and then when they were asked why they did it, they said, well, we couldn't control it. I couldn't control it. I didn't even know what was happening. Oh, they're calling CPS. They're going to try to get that child put into a special ed program. They're going to try to get that child an IEP. Tell me I'm wrong. Or amen if I'm right. This is exactly what they do when it's our children. All of a sudden, a Nabisco child is cussing out people all over the dang school, teachers and everything else. And he's talking about, I can't control it. I don't know. I didn't even know I was doing it. Hey, payroll, you caught that other end too. If not jail. They be calling CPS. They be trying to get IEPs. They be calling the popo. If not, if they don't have, like where I attended school, an on-site officer to come on over and arrest the child. Oh, they would already locked us all the way under. Shout out to payroll and shout out to our sister Ramona Bryan in the building once again. Thank you for your comment. The whole family is racist. We couldn't do that. We would be out the school. You're right, church. Absolutely. Not just out the school. We'd be out the district. I stood up to a racist. Mr. Asmussen. Well, his name was Mr. Rasmussen, but I call him Mr. Asmussen. And I got what they call an opportunity transfer, where they were transferring me to different schools in different districts because I refused to apologize to a goddamn racist who called me the N-word, by the way. Yeah. They would have did a lot more if he was a black student. That's all I'm saying. In 2024, on at least five occasions, records show, Austin Metcalf saw a counselor regarding his anger and rage during the football game. Oh, this is starting to sound like steroids to me. This is starting to sound like somebody was on the juice to me. What about y'all? Shout out to Against the Grain TV in the building. Much love, my warrior brother. Thank you for being here. Our good brother says, shit, they locked up a black autistic boy for a few years ago. You're absolutely correct. No matter what kind of mental issues or mental incapacities you have, they would lock your ass up if you're black. Especially with a behavioral background such as this. In 2021, he was banned from attending a basketball game for a season for yelling profanities at a player. Court documents state that Austin Metcalf was also suspended after he and another student were talking about bringing a to the school the following day. So he was about to go full-blown Nabisco shooter, school shooter. And nothing was done. Nothing. Now notice, one section, one small section, two sections. This is about Austin Metcalf. This is also CBS. This is supposed to be left-leaning. But they show you how they get on code consistently. Shout out to Your Highness in the building. He had Roy Rage. That's what I believe. I assume. You think so too? Okay, I'm not alone. All right, he's probably juicing. Okay, cool. I'm just making sure. But with the two paragraphs that we just read, I want you to see something here. One paragraph, two paragraphs, three paragraphs, four paragraphs. Excuse me, not even paragraphs, just, I guess you could call them paragraphs, but 4 sections, because these are all paragraphs here, but still. 4 sections for Carmelo, 2 small sections for Austin Metcalf, the man who is known for going around. And notice, even in this, it didn't even talk about the little girl that they pushed to the ground and socked in the stomach. It didn't talk about the other little girls, the cheerleaders, or anything like that he's been on the roid rage doing, are seeking to aim his attention at. They're not talking about any of that in this article. But yet, they do 4 full spreads for Carmelo. This is the lamestream media. This is the system of white supremacy working and operating the way that it was made to do. Prosecutors revealed details from Carmelo Anthony's character dossier. But the never before released details of Carmelo Anthony's teenage years in Louisiana. What does Louisiana got to do with any of this? He's never been arrested. And he's in Texas. So what does it matter what happened in Louisiana? Up to the day of his arrest for murder are also disturbing. Are you trying to make it disturbing? On the day that Carmelo Anthony would fatally stab Austin Metcalf, prosecutor says he sent the text message at 1 a.m. which says, I'm low key on the verge. I already spoke about that. These folks don't know what we're talking about when we're speaking Ebonics anyway. So what makes them think that they can tell us what that means? With no formal type of, well, this is we've gotten scholars together and this is what they're telling us this means. And even your scholars wouldn't know if they're not Black American. And then emphasized it. Later in the morning, on April 2nd, 2025, and hours before Carmelo Anthony would kill Austin Metcalf with the knife at the high school track meet, prosecutors said Carmelo Anthony's girlfriend reported to Centennial High School staff members that Carmelo Anthony was engaging in stalking behavior to include, but not limited to, driving by her house and refusing to allow her to end their relationship. If that's the case, I'm going to need Carmelo Anthony's attorneys to make sure that whether it is on a retrial or whether it is on the appellate. Well, the appellate would be a group of judges, and then the judges will make the decision whether to send it back down. They need to be questioning his so-called girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend, Eddie's cousin. Family, 2 months ago when the information about this came down, I was on it. I was right on the business. I had to make sure that our good brother was good and fine and dandy. I had to go ahead and look for different ways to make this process move faster. And I'm glad that these attorneys actually did put in the petition in order to expedite the situation, because Monday is just a couple of days away. One of the things that I did in the broadcast that I did 2 months ago, and the broadcast is called A Major Lesson That FBAs Need to Take Away from the Political Prisoner Carmelo Anthony's Case. Free our young brother Carmelo. Free our young brother Carmelo. Free Carmelo Anthony. One of the things that I did in this broadcast here, as you can see, I actually brought up his girlfriend. And this is after the conviction. So why is the girlfriend making statements like this after the conviction if she was reporting him for stalking and she wanted to break up with him? Let's go here. To teach your children that no matter how friendly people are with you, they're not your friends. They're only waiting on an opportunity. That is the sad part about it. And if you do not tell your children, they'll get caught up by another Eddie. And also, let's talk about the girlfriend for a second, shall we? Let's talk about the girlfriend for a second. I believe her name is Victoria. It's either Victoria or Veronica. I can't remember exactly right now. However, let's talk about the girlfriend. We got to teach our children the dangers of dating outside of their lineage. It's just the facts. Because while she's sitting here and they're looking all happy, I'm going to go ahead and read what she put there. She says, "Hold your head up high, my sweet boy. You're not alone. We're fighting for you always. I love you more than words." Who is we? Who is we? Okay, let me let Uncle Phil ask.
We? We.
I didn't see you as a character witness. I'm sure you wasn't there with the family. So where are you? Where are you to speak out against your cousin Eddie's testimony? That was 2 months ago, family. So, and I saw somebody put it in the chat. Shout out to our sister Renaissance Woman who says, I love to say your name like that, who says Carmelo Anthony's attorney said that they didn't break up. She was in the courtroom holding his mother's hand. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Who's to say she didn't say it? Eddie was his friend not too long ago. Oh, family. Eddie was his friend not too long ago. Who's to say she didn't say it? Who's to say that she didn't talk to somebody after which? You know, because he was going to be doing time for what, 35 years? Who's to say that they didn't think that he would actually get the trial hearing for another trial? Who's to say they wasn't banking on him being in there a few years before the appellate come up? You know, all this right here, this is all sweet and dandy when you're trying to get clout. When you're trying to get clout, because don't think she didn't see how the black grassroots was standing behind and still standing behind our warrior brother. Oh, don't think that she didn't see that. So this right here, all this, hold on, let me put the cursor back on it. This right here, all this, hold your head high, my sweet boy. You're not alone. We're fighting for you always. I love you more than words. Hashtag hey Carmelo. Hashtag Carmelo Anthony. Hashtag Carmelo Anthony Cates. Who's to say she wasn't posting that just to get a little clout, knowing what she already said to someone else? I ask these questions for a reason. Because if the DA said it in the courtroom, then you can use that. Oh, she did she? Okay. Well, I call Veronica Perez to the stand. I call Veronica Perez to the stand. I would like to introduce something into the courts. It's this post right here. And Your Honor, I would like to get Veronica to authenticate this post if she did post this. Now, Veronica, I want you to understand, I want you to remember, as a reminder to you, that you are under oath. And I also want you to understand that even if you say no and you did post this, we'll be able to subpoena the social media records and show that you were saying these things or that you did post this. So I want to ask you this question. If you were trying to break up with him, if you were so afraid of him stalking you, number one, why didn't you call the police and file a report with the police and not some staff member at a school that doesn't have any type of legal authority over anyone? And number two, if you were so terrified and you was trying to break up with him, why would you, after he's convicted, post this on your social? Like I said, family, I don't believe too much of anything at this point in time. I'm looking at this whole situation and see how clusterfuck it is. And I'm putting the pieces to the puzzle together in my own mind, because clearly some people ain't picking up on the pieces. Oh, trust me, I don't either. Shout out to Genovia in the building. I hope I said your name right, my sister. If I didn't, please hold that to my head, not my heart. It's a good question, right? We gotta ask, and this is what a good attorney would ask. This is what a good attorney would ask. If you were so afraid, why didn't you contact the police rather than contacting a school staff member? If you were trying to break up with him, why would you post this after his conviction? Two very simple questions that would just discredit this girl altogether if she did say that. And the attorney need to put her on the stand just so our brother Carmelo can face his damn accuser, so that he can see and he can feel in his heart. I know it's going to break his heart. I know he's not going to like it. I know it's going to hurt his feelings that somebody that he quote unquote loved said this, did this, her cousin, and lied on him, everything. But it needs to happen so that he can understand the gravity of the situation at hand. Shout out to Genovia. Much love to you. And I'm glad I said it right. For one, Carmelo I think it's to be. Okay. Carmelo has to be careful with her. Been there saying their text messaging, especially if something happens in the future between them. You're absolutely correct. And I myself personally, if I was an attorney, as soon as I heard these allegations, I'd be like, all right, bet. I'm going to need to subpoena her phone records as well. What's the proof of her going to a staff member? Oh, she called him. I'm going to need to subpoena the phone records of the staff member as well. Like, all of these things, they link up. So the lawyers need to be, hey, I got a subpoena for this. I got a subpoena for this. I got a subpoena for this. And I want to make sure that the prosecution understands that we will be calling Veronica Perez or whatever the hell her name is. Shout out to our sister Nene in the building. She says everybody turned on them. And I agree with you there. That is something that I truly believe that happened. I truly believe something happened along the lines of Eddie wanted to be in good standings with his little Nabisco friends. That's one thing. But when it came down to her, I kind of believe it was something along the lines of threatening the family with deportations or something like that. Because trust me, they will do that too. That's what I believe. You can fake messages. Yes, you can. You can actually send messages to people's phones and make it seem like it is an outgoing message. That is absolutely correct. And it would take a forensics team to show that that is not the case. I've actually seen that happen 3 times in my lifetime. As a matter of fact, there's a scam going on right now where people are sending Apple users text messages, and then when they don't answer the text message, they will send them what is it? The Apple chat, what is it called? I'm spacing on it. The video chat, right? And when you answer the video chat, it's a freaking kid doing sexual acts, and then they try to blackmail you with it. I saw a story about that on the news the other day, and luckily, the man that they sent that to, his wife was standing right there, and she was able to corroborate it, but they wasn't able to just let the case go up until a week later when the forensics team went through his phone and tracked everything. After they tracked everything, they was able to see that somebody was able to send that onto their phones. So the guy got off because of it. But still, this type of stuff is going on right now. So when I say I don't believe any of the text messages that they're talking about, I'm going to need to see evidence. I'm going to need to see documented proof from whatever phone company stating that that was his number. And then I'm going to need to see a forensic specialist get on that stand and say, yes, I did an evaluation and an investigation into this situation, and all of these are authentic. But let's continue. I just wanted to go there for a second. And with this here, family, I'm going to put the rest of this. I'm going to put this link here in the chat in case anybody want to read the rest of this. The CBS News story there, and I'm going to star it so it'll be pinned to the top of the chat, family. I want to go back here for a second. Because I want to touch on this. Texts about fighting and threats. There are also text messages where he admits on at least 2 occasions to punching girls in the face. Really? You mean this very same kid who has 2 jobs, captain of the football and basketball team, and he helped his mother watch his little brothers and sisters, had all this time to go around punching people in the face and not get arrested for it? Really? Prosecutor found text messages from 2021 between Carmelo Anthony and another student about robbing someone for $300. Like I said, I don't believe any of this. In 2023, prosecutors say Carmelo Anthony told a friend he was going to vandalize someone's house in Austin, Texas, saying, I just feel like it. I got a grudge. Really? So you're so smart. You're so damn intelligent, because remember, this is not a dumb kid. This man is damn near a straight A student. Who graduated damn near with honors. And the school still allowed him to graduate. Now all of a sudden, he's just this violent guy? Damn, this coming out in the court, people would have been talking about this in Louisiana. We'd had a bunch of TikTok videos running around left and right. Oh, you know that Carmelo? Yeah, I know Carmelo before he moved to Texas, and he punched my sister in the face. Not just my sister, but he punched another girl in the face. I haven't heard any of that. I haven't heard anybody come out and say, hey, y'all think Carmelo's innocent, but I'm going to be honest with you. I got a text message right here showing that Carmelo sent me saying that he was looking to vandalize a house in Austin because, as he quoted saying, I just feel like it. I got a grudge. For the very same reason I don't believe that nobody don't have actual videotapes on their phones, video footage of what happened, I don't believe any of this. At all. I'm with you there. They're trying to make him look bad before this new trial start. They ain't slick. They ain't slick at all. They ain't slick at all. Nene says it sounds like a screenplay. That's what I'm saying. It's getting more and more and more outrageous as it goes along. Hawthorne Mahad said Carmelo looks like he was being spoiled, so his parents would probably give him 300. You ain't lying. You ain't lying. You are not lying. I agree with you 100% there. Shout out to our sister Black Rose in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as always, my warrior sister. Shalom, shalom. Kids say a lot of stuff in texting, just like some people do on social media. And you ain't lying there either. I want to see these text messages, who they were going to, the context of those text messages and everything. Because at the end of the day, he still doesn't have a record. Duh. Austin has police documented record. So all of this isn't even relevant to the situation at hand at this point in time. At least not in my eyes. Shout out to our sister once again. Notice the state putting the same allegations on Carmelo like Austin and Hunter. All things Hunter and Austin done similarities. I smell BS. I don't believe those text messages. I don't believe them either. I don't believe anything that's coming out of the prosecutor's mouth, to be honest with you. I don't. Because he's trying to cover his butt. And he's trying to cover the butt of the damn roach known as judge. In 2021, Carmelo Anthony told a friend he had been suspended from school for 3 days for fighting, saying, they said next time I do some, I get recommended for expulsion, court documents show. Who is this friend? I want to see the subpoena records. And even if he did say that, let's say he did say that, who's to say that he wasn't trying to make himself look like a big bad guy? You know, because they say girls like the bad boys. Great point. Everything in that paragraph is hearsay. But yet they introduced 75 pages of hearsay. Lyon-Collin County. Yep. Lyon-Collin County. Hearsay versus actual crime behavior. Stuff that's on documented record that he was arrested for. being drowned out by a bunch of hearsay. Yeah. Shout out to Ramona Bryan. Yep. A lot of BS. A lot of BS. That judge was a roach indeed. They need to check all his past judgments. And I'm with you right there, family. 100% fold. I'm with you. Not Snow Roach. Exactly. Most people attend school get into fights. Most people that attend indie school gets into fights. We're almost done here, family. I'll let you read the rest of this. I just want to get these last couple of paragraphs in here. In a text conversation with a friend in 2023, prosecutors have messages from Carmelo Anthony in which he wrote, "I'ma shoot the school up tomorrow with my blicky." But later sent a message saying, "I would never actually do that." You telling me this kid is that smart, but he's that stupid? I don't believe so. I just don't. In a 2024 text thread, prosecutors said Carmelo Anthony admitted to carrying a firearm, telling a friend before a party that he would have the gun in my pocket. Like I said, all this is hearsay, but yet they're reporting on it as is fact. According to the documents, there are other message threads in which Anthony also mentions carrying a gun. Well, if it's after he got to Texas, I mean, I can understand. But still, I digress. There's one more thing I want to show you in this article, family. Because not only are they trying to make Carmelo look bad, they're trying to make Carmelo look racist. There are numerous unreleased photos and videos of Carmelo Anthony holding firearms and making threats. Authority found a note on Carmelo Anthony's phone with a long list of disturbing racial tropes and slurs about blacks, whites, and Hispanics. But yet, his parents are black. He's dating a Hispanic. And he went to sit around a bunch of whites. Make that make sense. Make it make sense. In one message thread, prosecutors say Carmelo Anthony wrote, "I hate gay people." Do you see the play, family? They're trying their hardest to taint the jury pool before the next trial because they know damn well all this is a farce. All of this is a farce. And yeah, my brother, these people are quite literally diabolical. This is hella diabolical to do to a damn child. Family, this is how I feel about this whole situation whenever any news publication comes around. Not just Fox, not just NBC, CBS, CNN, or any other place. This brother right here, Jedediah Brown, shout out to Jedediah. He made it simple and he made it plain. when the lamestream media came around pushing the narrative. Let's go here.
He said that there was an overflow for the actual trial. I'll have to send this back to you right now, Russian. He said that there was an overflow for the actual. There was an overflow. There was an overflow for the actual trial. I'll have to send this back to you right now, Russian.
The fuck y'all at the end got me in tears. I loved it. I had a feeling of grace in my heart when he said that at the end, like, the fuck y'all. Like, stop lying. Fuck y'all. I'm like, oh God, that warmed my heart. That warmed my heart. This is what's happening right now, family. And I want to make sure we don't have much to go. Let's go here. I want to make sure people understand what's really happening here. So shout out to the fit lawyer ATL, who's on the scene and who's in the room. Let's go here.
He never argued back legally about the Waller findings. Not one time did he say, Judge, on this order, here are our Waller findings. No, he couldn't because they don't exist. He basically spent that time arguing that they acted the way they did and everybody was in agreement for it because they were trying to protect and save Carmelo. And that even though he didn't say it, but it's coming off like, we may not have followed the rules, but we did it to save Carmelo. Judge, you have to understand that everything happened in this case because of the threats and everything we were trying to do to save Carmelo. He never, not once, spoke to the actual order and the law and said, Judge, we did follow Waller. He jumped up. He started off very defensive, and this is Bill Worski, the DA. He was very defensive that anybody would even suggest that the DA's office doesn't understand the Waller factors. And of course, we understand the Waller factors. And he went into all of these reasons they understand it, and they have these appeals attorneys. But not one time did he say, Judge, on the record, we did follow it. He didn't say it because it didn't happen. He does say, and they speak about this proposed order that they typed up that the state sent to the defense of Waller findings that they were supposed to sign and place on the record, but it never got signed and it never got filed into the record. And besides, it's too late because you were supposed to do that at the time you decided on the closures, which was before the trial started, not sign a document bootstrapping your Waller findings after the trial is over. So Bill says, Worski says in his argument, Carmelo switched attorneys as soon as the verdict came down, so that's why the order didn't get signed, as if, Judge, like, you should, fine for us on that point. Like, we did prepare an order, but no, it's not part of the record. So they didn't present a legal argument to the defense's first argument. The defense's first argument is a structural error argument. So if the judge agrees, that will overturn Carmelo's conviction and give him a new trial. So we shall see.
Excuse me, family. Yes, we shall see. And hopefully we shall see tomorrow. Hopefully the judge come back and the Most High put it on his heart, head, and soul, if he has one. Doubt it. That Carmelo deserves another case. He deserves another trial, and he should be sent home same day. Continuation on his bail, and that should be that. Yeah, they do. My sister Nene said on Saturday. Yeah, they do court on Saturday, especially when there are time constraints. Last trial. Yeah, the last trial that Carmelo did, they did a Saturday court date as well. But for this one, I'm hoping that they do a Saturday court date because Monday is the last day. Monday afternoon would be over the time limit because he has 75 days in order to request a retrial or to get a retrial. And if the judge, let's say the judge holds out until Monday afternoon, then that's gone. That's gone. So I'm hoping that they go into court tomorrow, finish up early, and the judge make his decision. Well, the judge don't have the power to say time served. The judge do have the power to say, hey, you guys got to do a new trial. And Carmelo, I'm releasing you OOR on your, well, no, it wouldn't even be on your own recognizance because he already out on bail. I'm releasing you, continuing your bail. That's what should happen. And then once he goes and do the trial, they can bring up all the stuff that we've found out now. And 9 times out of 10, he's going to be acquitted. You said the judge said he will email the decision. Hold on. I got to check that out. Give me a second. Because that's rarely done. The emailing of a decision, especially in a high profile case. 1 second. One second, family. Okay, so the hearing is done for. Let me see. If that is the case, that's going to be a first in a long time that I've seen that. A hearing in Collin County on Carmelo Anthony's motion for a new trial ended after 2 days, and the presiding judge has indicated he will email the decision. Yeah, you was correct. You're absolutely correct. And that is... Oh, that could be a lot of trouble, but it could also be good. It could be a lot of trouble, but it could also be good. The reason why I say it could be a lot of trouble, because there was a lot of people outside of the courthouse. And sometimes when this happens, and there's a lot of people outside the court, the judge don't want to give a vocal ruling because they still then have to go through that crowd or whatever. And some judges go through the back, but not every courthouse is built the same. Some people wait for the back, but still, pause on that. But still, that could be the situation there. But also, it could be beneficial because of all the supremacists that was there to do a counter protest. And with that counter protest, you know, they might get angry at that judge and do something or say something or act a certain way. So it could be good, it could be bad. But this is what we're going to do, family. Tonight, before you lay yourself down to sleep, make sure that you're giving glory to the Most High, and make sure that you're praying to the Most High for our young brother to be freed tomorrow. Or freed Monday. Because usually what happens is a judge will probably take about a day to weigh all of the information. And then they'll probably take another day to go back and forth with themselves. So usually when it comes to certain court cases, especially when it's on these type of situations where it's on the judge, where it's a judge being able, and not a jury, right? A sitting judge making a ruling on something. Usually that takes about anywhere from 1 to 3 days. Sometimes it'll go a week. But since the judge know that he only has until Monday, we're going to pray that tomorrow he makes a decision to go ahead and release Carmelo and give him a new trial. That's what my prayer is. That's what my hope is. And that's what I'll be praying tonight for our young brother Carmelo getting a new trial tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but tomorrow they'll let him know we're going to give you a new trial. And plus we're sending you home on your already arranged bail. Hey, Nabisco. Yeah, I know you're a Nabisco. I know. You say your name is Keisha. And if your name is Keisha, I guarantee you ain't a foundational Black American named Keisha. You say, pray for the stabber. I support Carmelo. Do you? Well, if you support Carmelo, then why are you saying things like pray for the stabber? No, I pray for the person who had to defend themselves. I pray for the young brother who was accosted by several people and had to find a way to get up out of there. So if you saying that you support Carmelo, do I? This whole damn broadcast is about me supporting Carmelo. Carmelo is not a stabber. He's somebody who had to do what he had to do to get out of that position and then cried about it. Well, he did stabbing, didn't he? He did a stabbing. No, he didn't do a stabbing. He did a self-defensing. Family, you could tell these people from a mile away. Keisha, you got 13 seconds. You got 13 seconds to hit this link and come up here and have a conversation with me one-on-one. Or I will block you. See, I was about to end the broadcast, family. I was about to end the broadcast, but here comes somebody right now. Here comes somebody right now trying to play us like we're fools. No. You don't get to speak whatsoever in the chat. Click the link, come on up, have the conversation. Otherwise, I'm going to block you. Shout out to my family, Lunch Eyes. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Thank you, good brother church, and respect to my FBA family all damn day. We are a phenomenal people. Shout out to our good brother Chase McGee. I love it when he says that. I love it. Exactly, Your Highness. It's always a damn devil lurking somewhere trying to play us like we're fools. And if you're not, if you are somebody who actually support Carmelo, you wouldn't have a problem hitting that link and coming up and having a conversation with me so I can have a better understanding, because the comments that you're putting into this chat is quite literally contradictory. Don't ask me what's the problem with calling it a stabbing, because it is not a stabbing. It is a self-defensing. Someone was stabbed because the person who stabbed them needed to defend themselves. Let's be very clear about these things. People think that it's the same reason why I can't stand when people go around talking about don't call us slaves. We were prisoners of war. I did a whole broadcast describing the differences between prisoners of war and slaves. And I made it very clear in that broadcast. Prisoners of war did not have to go through nothing that slaves went through. There was POWs back then that didn't have to do what slaves had to do or go through. You called them indentured servants. I'm for calling things what they are. I'm not for sitting here trying to find a way around it. And by you calling it a stabbing, that just implies that he just went around looking for somebody to poke. No, not whatsoever. He was approached. He was accosted. He had to do what he had to do to get up out of there. So when you're calling him the stabber, You're basically calling him guilty. And I refuse to do so. And since you didn't come up, you out of there, good buddy. Family, I was on the verge of ending, all for someone to come up and show their fragility. You know, family, I don't even believe that was somebody named Keisha. I think it was a Nabisco man who created that account and didn't think that he would get called the hell out. But you're in the wrong place at the right time. I'm with you 100-fold, my sister. I'm with you 100-fold. Get thee behind me, Satan. Yes. Shout out to each and every one of you. Our sister Nene said Carmelo stabbed him so violently that Austin didn't even realize he was stabbed. Violently? Or lightly? He stabbed him so violently, and I know what you're saying, my sister. I know you're being facetious. I know you're being facetious. No worries. But this is for everybody else. He stabbed him so violently that the knife only went in 2 inches, and it was a 3-inch knife. I'm just saying, when you stabbing somebody violently, that knife is going to go all the way in 3 inches, not 2, not 2.5, not 1 1/4. He said that was a balding, obese Nabisco named Norman. Hey, don't be disrespecting the name Norman, okay? I got love for the name Norman. And the only reason why I got name for that name, I got love for that name Norman, it's because I had an ad blocker and a virus protector with the name Norman. No, I'm just saying. There is some benefit to it, my brother. Shout out to my brother Still Kevin Trees in the building, man. Shout out to Dion Carpenter in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for your comment. Facts and Truth Spoken Church, my warrior brother. These people think that they're going to scare us into a defending ourselves. Not defending ourselves. I'll be damned if I don't defend myself. It's a God-given right. God damn it. And you are absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. If you think that we're supposed to die down, and this is the thing right here, family, this is what they're trying to show you. And that's why I wanted to read that article to you the way I did, because they're not just trying to show you, hey, we will get on code in order to get your ass locked the hell up, but they are also letting people know, hey, we will get other people that you care about, that you thought cared about you, to get on code to lie in order to make sure that what we want, we get. But here's the difference. Our young brother Carmelo Anthony has the hands of the Most High over him, because as the Most High says, and as the Bible says, I am closest to the meek at heart. You don't think that he's been tore to hell up after seeing what people he thought was his friends sat there and threw him under? Family, I want you all to understand me when I say this. The Bible says that my people die from a lack of knowledge. The book of Thomas actually says my people die from a lack of knowledge. And the Bible also speaks about my people die from a, let me rephrase that. The book of Thomas says my people die from a lack of knowledge. And the Bible speaks about weeping for our people for the lack of knowledge and other things. And I weep for my people, especially young brothers like Carmelo, who didn't have the knowledge to understand that these people aren't for you. They're not your friends. They're not your anything. They're your ops. And they're just waiting on an opportunity. Now, am I saying everybody's like this? No, but you got to move like this, especially being a black man in America. There is no other way to move around. You have to be able to be knowledgeable enough to understand that everybody is your op until they show you that they're not. And it must take a lot more than giving up the vagina to show you they're not an op. It must take a lot more than giving up the penis to show you that they're not an op. No, they have to show you with every being in their cells and their bones and their movement that they care about you. And if they don't, things like this will continue to happen. And I myself, family, I'm not willing to take the risk with anybody at all. I'm teaching my son the same thing. Even though my son is going back and forth with me on this situation actually pretty much helped it. This situation, the Cyrus Belton situation, and the situation, all the situations happening in Mississippi right now. That has been a great help to me in teaching my children. And I believe that you all, if you have children, grandchildren, whatever, make sure that they're able to know about these stories and you can actually teach them off of those stories as well. Because if not, if they don't have these examples, you're going to have a lot of whys. You're going to have a lot of, Brandon has always been good to me, Nana. Abigail has always shown me love, Nana. She brings me ice cream on the weekends. We go out front and we eat ice cream. Teach your children to understand the differences between somebody who's being cordial and somebody who's just not you. And who's waiting on the chance to not you. You got to. Teach your children that when you have somebody who can't take you home to their parents, 9 times out of the 10, you'll never end up with them. Because they're going to, 9 times out of the 10, agree with their parents. Whether they want to or not, because they were taught to. These are the things that we need to be teaching. I put it here. One of my major reasons to put this here. Let me go back here and let me pull this down. Shout out to payroll. The reason why I named this broadcast what I did, the major lesson that FBAs need to take away from the political prisoner Carmelo Anthony's case, is because the major takeaway is the fact that they can take your children away. And we need to be teaching our children, you can be taken away from me and I can't do anything to help you. You can be taken away from us and we can't do nothing to help you. You might think that I just don't want to give you the benefit of the doubt, or your girlfriend the benefit of the doubt, or whatever the situation may have you, but she can have you unalived and nobody will investigate her. He can have you unalived, or he might unalive you himself and nobody will investigate him. Especially if we don't put up the fight to get them investigated. Excuse me. Family, I'm not a grandstander. I'm not here to grandstand at all. I've said this over and over and over and over and over again. I don't get behind this microphone or in front of this microphone, however you look at it, to just preach. I get on this microphone because our children and their children and their children and the children's children will have to deal with whatever we don't fix right freaking now. And one of the things that our children need to understand, it's not just about fixing things. It's about protecting your next generations and the generations after that and the generations to come. And you cannot do that when nobody wants to look at you as something to be protected. Foundational Black American children are worth being protected. Foundational Black American children are worth being respected. And foundational Black American children will never be neglected, especially with me sitting here, especially with you, especially with us. So to all the parents out there, whether it's Carmelo Anthony's parents, Nolan Wells' parents, or anybody else, Cyrus, your number one goal is to prepare your children for the real world. And if you're not teaching them about the system of white supremacy and all the systems adjacent puppets, what the hell have you taught them? That's not a rhetorical question either. I want that left in the chat, in the comment section. If you haven't taught your children about the system of white supremacy, what it is, how it operates, all you have done is given them leeway to confusion. That's it. That's all. And I hope each and every one of you who listens to this broadcast under the sound of my voice understand that this isn't me pointing fingers at the parents saying you're responsible for this. No, this is me pointing a finger at the parents saying, hey, you're responsible to do this. And that way, the for this will never come about. With that being said, if you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like, share, and hype button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as hitting the other link, joining the Telegram group, and making sure that we can combat the shadow banning that PukeTube has been doing, and they do with the new black media more specifically, because the same way that I was telling you guys earlier about these damn grocery stores, Home Depots, auto parts stores, and all these other places, the malls and things like that, they're out here playing people's music that you would never listen to. YouTube does the same thing. They push these anti-foundationals to the forefront of the algorithms. So it takes all of us in order to combat that. I want to thank each and every person that's here. And let me make sure I got everybody. Shout out to my warrior brother Antithesis once again for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior brother. You cooking, nephew, all day, family. And also, let me give you a B1 salute and shalom to my warrior brother for the Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate all that you do, my warrior brother. Let me also give a B1 salute to Heart Thor Ma'at once again for your gift. Your gift is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior, my warrior. Shout out once again to our sister, Miss TT, for 1, 2. Want to make sure I got all of you. All right. For both of your super chats, your donation, your gifts, your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior sister. Shout out to Maxwell Jenkins for your contribution, your 1 and 2, both of your gifts. Much love to you, my warrior brother. Much love to you. Thank you for your contributions. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate all that you do as well, family. Our good brother Snatch Adams in the building. Thank you for both of your gifts, my warrior brother. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. Dominique Henderson, much love to you, and thank you for your gifts as well, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior. Let me also give a B1 salute once more to Harthar Ma'at for your gift as well. I must catch that at the end. Shout out to you. Thank you for your gift, my warrior family. I appreciate all that you do. Much love to you. Family, I would like to thank you all for being here. I would like to thank everybody who donated, whether by Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal, Super Sticker, gifts, anything. Much love to each and every one of you. And I'm going to end on this. You're not crazy. I'm not crazy. We're not crazy. Free Carmelo. With that being said, family and friends, the doors of the church are now closed. Stay black. Stay safe, and most importantly, stay foundational. Peace out.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us black people. He's doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm out.